Well, welcome everyone to the 7th International Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And once again, we're here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and he's ready to go with today's workshop and teaching. And we have a few things to offer as we go along. So without further ado, let's hear from Mr. Keshe. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good day to you, wherever you are, whenever you're listening or just spending time to share knowledge with us with these teachings. There is a video missing, Rick. There was a sound but no pictures of the second video. Do you know why?
It was. Sorry, I did share it. I don't know what happened there. It worked in the live stream, but I guess it wasn't seen in the Zoom.
Okay, no problem. But in the Zoom we have no nothing. Can you have the picture of the blue planet in the background?
Okay, we'll do it this way.
Can you get it? Or is it still? Something is missing in sharing. It says you have the screen because you're sharing the screen.
I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to share the video.
Rick, if you want to just try resharing it, it'd probably be fine.
You have to come up. Yeah, okay. If you want, I share a screen. I'll take over.
Sure, why don't you do that, Mr. Keshe? I'm not.
Okay.
It's not going through here for some reason.
No, I'll go this way out. Oh, you were there. Your gorgeous face was there. Just wait. I'm gonna go this way. There we are. I think this is what we're gonna do. No. Okay, we are here. We go on the screen. Can you see the platform?
We just see the Zoom right now.
You see the Zoom? Okay, let's try this. I have to go to the other one. This one I share here. Do you see this?
Yes, there we go. Thank you.
There, that's perfect. Okay. Sorry about this. As usual, we always have technical problems somewhere, and if you don't have it, it's in the Keshe Foundation. We are in the space, and in space is always a problem. As usual, we will go through what we can. We try to teach, and we try to add to the knowledge that others who added to our knowledge in the past, and we'll see where we can go. Before we start, as I've been told, and I've received a number of emails and communications in response to what we have seen since the Thursday, and we'll go over this next Thursday, is in respect to the arrest of the Peter file, which we brought into the public. I was told, why should we do this? And we were accused of a lot of things. Why? We took on one of the biggest criminals in the history of man in respect to child abuse. We took our time. We lost a lot of teachings. A lot of people in Keshe Foundation understood a lot of pain. But I think whatever we stood and whatever we lost was worth it in being able to bring one of the most heinous men on this planet into custody. Derek, what do you call it, Rick, has spent a lot of time literally suffering with what happened, losing the teachings once, twice, and every time the gentleman claimed that he's going to protect himself. The more he tried to cover it up, not to become too exposed, the more resolute the Keshe Foundation team became to prove that we are correct. Sandor spent most of his holiday summertime gathering information. We, as we said, collaborated closely with the FBI, and we said the same thing. We will stand the time, and we stood the time. I should like, and I should thank the whole of the Keshe Foundation team and the whole of the Keshe Foundation family in standing as a correct conduct organization. Life of the children worth more than any number of teachings which we lost that we can always put back on. We have saved life of children which none of us could have done anything with, where these people operate using our knowledge, our technology, to put on their false websites. The man who has got no clue about electricity becomes a man who writes about electricity and power, just to attract children to his website to pay his paymasters. We do not disgrace the Keshe Foundation with a name, but we all know who he is. And now we will see the website will come down very soon as the steps have been taken. We informed you before this was a well-organized attack on the foundation. And we've seen the minute we attacked him that he's a child abuser. The people in Red Circle himself directly went and put articles, because I have to tell you, as a head of the Keshe Foundation, the pedophile gentleman who was arrested and now is in custody, and we think he'll spend, I think, 30 to 50 years in prison for it, was brought in by the Red Circle. He was the man who introduced the criminal in US into the Keshe Foundation when he was the webmaster. So we do not know if this gentleman, what we call Red Circle, and the gentleman who is in prison now in custody, and himself declaring that he has abused over 50 children only in one city, and the police forces around the US are coming up with the rest of other counties, what is done, traveling to make interviews for alternative energy, raping children. He has paid a visit to you, to Belgium too. And in that visit, he's paid a visit to Red Circle. So the operation is very deep. The question at the moment with security people and us, the way we told you, we have taken a step, is the man who protected this man is already dead. We do not make any allegations. This is what is in the press. The man who was protecting this group in US apparently killed himself, or he got killed a couple of weeks ago. High profile person, because he could protect them. Now the security services are moving back into Europe, and one of the first people they are investigating and will go on this is the family of the Red Circle, if the children in that house have been abused. And most probably the answer will come one way or another, but it's not in our hand. We sit quiet. When the arrest comes, then we talk. Number of people in structure of Belgium society, which are well known, are, and they've been on the side of this abuse, child abuse system. They've been financing it and they've been supporting it. And in a way, if you look, when we announced that this gentleman was a pedophile, immediately the Red Circle went to give all the support to him. A man with the decency will never do this. But the thing is, as he has claimed, he has pissed everywhere in front of children, so he has already, the case is open for his arrest. The security services has asked us, as we said before, to stand by when the arrests start popping up in Europe. As we see it is imminent. Now that one of the leading people in this circle has been arrested, as he's claimed, he had 25,000, 50% of his visitors a month were pedophiles. He exactly knew who likes what, and he used to connect apparently the children to the interest of the men, like Red Circle. That's how they look after each other. So now we were told, why do we go after them? We are obsessed with the pedophiles? No. As Keshe Foundation, we see the abusers is our responsibility. These are our children. These are the future of humanity. And these people are so arrogant that they do not see how, what they do wrong. So soon in time coming, we will see the rest of this organization and the people who vote this gentleman in a state into Keshe Foundation will be arrested. I assure you, the way we told you, we took our time. It took nearly 10 months for the process to go through. Now the security forces at Interpol, and especially a structure which is set in Europe for the rest of these people, has kicked in. We see names being posted on different articles in the United States. These names are all directly under investigation of the international police now. They have bypassed the Belgian authorities police force because it's so infested that they thought they had protection. A large number of names has been ascertained from this computer of this gentleman, which actually the information, as we see in American articles, led to one of the top men in the country to commit suicide to be killed in the past 2 weeks, which has nothing to do with us. But in a way, if we manage to save one child from a pain of being raped, we have served our purpose. It was worth everything which the foundation and you as a supporters of foundation stood. I thank you for it. I deeply thank Rick, Vince, and the rest of the Keshe Foundation team. Well, painfully, we had to fight to bring the teachings back online again and wrote down them back online again. Now we know who supported who and who brought who in. Now we know the real face of pedophiles in Europe. As I've told you, we collaborated with FBI to lead to the arrest heavily. And the last point, if you wanted to know, I gave an interview on the 18th on the internet. And I said, we know who his victims are. And then he knew there is no way out. 3 days later, he handed over himself to the FBI. Because that was it. If FBI would have gone for him, then they had to prove it. We needed him to come forward, and then now he lost his support with the judge who was supporting him. He had nowhere to go. And now we know he's in custody and he's been taken to a secure place because he's talking. He's talking heavily. How and all the communications, any of you have been a pedophile, you are a pedophile, and you've been on his website, you've all been downloaded fully. We told you and you thought it was a joke. Now a series of arrests will take place in Europe. We just let you know that for the first time, Europe is becoming safer. Discrediting technologies, putting technologies up to bring children in, and then discrediting when they had enough children, has been the pattern of these people. There is nothing wrong with Keshe Foundation technology. There is nothing wrong with UDIT. There is nothing wrong with our power units. There is nothing wrong with our health system. This was deliberate setup by the Red Circle. I don't call him Red Circle. I call him the child player. I've been told by the security people, his grandchildren are the first people they're going to test. I wonder if his daughters know and his son knows. And then we have submitted a claim because it's already been embedded in teaching, and he has confessed to pissing around a 2.5-year-old child in a garden on a numerous time. So he's already on the sentence. So please do not be afraid if we lost a few pieces of teaching. We'll bring it back. But understand, we have saved a lot of children from suffering. It's no use coming here and just teaching the technology. We teach the ethos. All the people who brought this man to the Keshe Foundation, they're all on the run. They'll all be arrested. The names have been published. Because people will go for them if the authorities don't do. We published their addresses. His address is already published on the internet. He published it himself. So you know where the pedophiles live. If you're a decent Belgian, they should be handed over to the police. The others, we will see how the Interpol would handle. We see one of the prominent people in the space technology's name and his connection on the computer appears. He is on the list. He will be taken out very soon by the authorities. So you can see what the pattern is. They use advanced technology like us to attach themselves to. They set up false websites like what I call Peter Files wickedness with a name they put to it. And then they attack us to bring more people for themselves. In discrediting us or trying to discredit us, they find more children and they bring more guys to play with the children. But the interesting is, a couple of women have circled in this circle too. They are on investigation too. We've seen one of them turning up recently and going back in Italy. They're all under investigation because now we have proven to be correct and the authorities are listening, because we do not accuse, we point out the real truth. So very soon we will see the grandchildren in front of the hospitals and doctors, and we see people of the high position and the kings and their sons will appear in front of the judges. So I would like to thank you again for how you stood by us, how you supported us, and now you understand how all these releasing all our books on the internet deliberately to discredit all the thing which went in was a mayhem to create, to shut us down, that they could not do any more. They knew they're on the run. This is what they're going to do with the new technologies. Now we have to be wise. Whenever we see these, what I call evil man, like Red Circle, who attacks scientific organization like us, that there is something wrong with it, these are there to create condition to discredit and create, at the same time, give interview and sign things to the pedophile website to bring children in, that on the attack they get their satisfied their evil behavior. There's nothing wrong with us. They told us, why is he after pedophiles? So he accuses everyone. Now you see there is no accusation. One of the top men in the world has committed suicide or been killed because his name was released through the computer of the pedophile. And the man who we accuse now, he admitted himself. It runs to 20 years of abusing children across the world. And he has a deep connection. And one of his best connections we have seen has been the Red Circle. Because the day we brought, we accused, we said, he is what he is, he immediately, Red Circle, gave interviews and putting up his drawing and became glorious, because two good friends who one brought the other, now they were supporting to create the accusation further. We have gone on the heavy protection from now on. We will change a lot of things. We'll announce a lot of changes around the Keshe Foundation, because Red Skull and his group are very highly criminal. And I advise you, stay offline. We will bring all the websites down now. We've been authorized by the security services to bring all the website down. So now we go and clean up. This week we appointed one of our best guys to clean up all the websites. You say, why? People told us, why don't you take it down? Why don't you defend yourself? No, because we made a decision. It was a decision made with the Keshe Foundation, deep inside. I sat, I talked to our people, which I respect highly, like Rick and Vince, and we decided what we're going to do. We just take it through. And we took it through, and it's paid off. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the same ethos. We will support, we will bring you here the next day or two, we bring even changes in our presentation and security apparatus, because these people now are on the run. Don't forget, London Tower, Antwerp is the nest of them. We've seen it. Man with the decency knowing never supports another pedophile unless he's one himself, and try to discredit everything else. Thousands of books has been released by a man who had the originals, which was him. And you see, we saw him, he used the name of a woman. That's what all he is. He's not a man to face his reality, he's a pedophile. And in the name of woman, he went and spread all the books across the internet. They told me, why don't you defend? Security services told us, do something. I said, you know something? Books are not worth anything if one child is suffering. It doesn't matter how many of you downloaded illegal books. It's you, if you are a pedophile or behave like a pedophile, that's what you did, because you thought you got it free. These books supported us to teach, to support other nationalities of nations which could not support teaching. And now you see why we took it. We stood all the websites they hijacked to write everything which is wrong with us, because now you see why. Because they knew sooner or later we're going to get them. This was a total cry of a pedophile going everywhere, crying and writing. And now, sir, I'm ashamed that you came to my house. I'm ashamed to help you to get your hands back that you could touch another child. You're a disgrace to humanity. You're absolute disgrace to humanity. Now we know who you are, and public knows who you are, and all the people around you. We've seen the people who gathered around him, they're of the same. They're all the same school of thought and the school of working. So all the names you see supporting him, sirs, ladies, who thought you can come and do what you like, you're all under heavy investigation by all the police forces. Crossing borders for you will not be easy. We are piling all the names. Women who come from America, women who come from all over the world, black and white, who supported Red Circle, very fine, because now they called all brothers and sisters, let's do something. You thought you got a honeypot, but that honeypot, which is you, now is potted. We will not do anything. We go back in the deeper teaching. I have received communications from very high level people, thanking us for what we stood as a foundation, thanking us, all of us. We carried out, if you understand what has happened, by arrest of this man, the biggest nest of international pedophiles has been opened up. Now we have a lot of names. We have a lot of names, and on the back of those, they've been sitting on their servers and picking up the others. It took time. On close collaboration with security people, with FBI, with CIA, we were assured we are doing the right thing. We can stand the losses. But let me explain to you something. In respect to what we see in the papers in the US, it's the third time we see the White House sits with the Keshe Foundation. When we lost the teachings, the United States President was online. He lost the knowledge to his nation too. And they knew they stand by us till the time comes right. And when they knew, they confiscated the computers, exactly who to talk to, and we've seen what the people have done. So I thank you, Your Excellency President Obama, for being there for your nation, for the humanity. There is a lot of respect for you in Keshe Foundation, what you've done and what you have brought about, especially in past 2-3 weeks, eliminating one of the biggest supports for pedophiles. You have done the other side of the water. This side of the water, security service are already on the move. We will see head of organizations will go on the rest, because they've been the beneficiary of children from Red Circle and his people. When he was the webmasters of different organizations, any children came in, the addresses, their IPs was sold or was given to abusers. And now we don't make accusation. You have seen him. The first time, as I said, we attacked the man in US. Immediately he went to support, releasing articles, communicating, trying to save his pal, children sharing pal. I hope and I wish your grandchildren are clean. You haven't touched them. You're that disgrace to humanity. I hope you understand. You send a man to poison a child. Now we see the man who was poisoning was sent by the same man. Another pedophile, another man. All with needing this need to satisfy their evil feelings. I suggest you one thing, Red Circle. Every knock on your door will be your last seconds of freedom. They are coming in, and they're coming very heavy. And all your German partners who are supporting you, sending emails to the hotels and the governments and the police, they're all coming to us. We are looking at all of them. We are following you. So I thank you again, the Keshe Foundation team. On Thursdays, which we have a much larger audience, we address this again because we expect new information to come in within the next 2 or 3 days. And we carry on teaching. We carry on elevating the knowledge of the man and let these people wait for every knock that will be the last minute of their freedom. Actually, it'll be best, it'll be freedom of man from these evils. Let us go back in our teaching. We are on the course for what we call lift and space motion. We are on the course to teach, to go in that direction, that we have the application and implication of the new technology. We have and we must push for the final lift, the final frontier. Once the first person puts the system on lift, that it can be shown, as so many people have done, but they don't show it, we have broken through. There are some problems. A lot of you are doing it, but you don't see it. There is a small adjustment. You all are working in one direction, but you're making very little mistakes. And magnetic and gravitational fields are not forgivers. They find somewhere else to connect. And you lose, for a small change, all the effort you've done, or at least being able to harvest totality of the energy you produced. Understand something very simple. Try to work the way the universe works. Now that you are setting up systems for a space, look into the deep space. Look in the structure of even atomic molecular, what they call binding and sharing. How do they do? How do they bring interaction? How do they bring attraction? How do they manipulate each other to allow the other to exist? This is what is missing. The teaching has become too rigid, very followed in a very narrow path of understanding. Open your eyes. Open your eyes and look in a broader spectrum. Try to understand why, for example, there is such a moon on such a planet. Why do we, for example, see one face of the moon constantly, even though we've been told because they have the same speed? Ask yourself a question. How come this constant speed has been created? Ask yourself, if we go to another planet with the moons, would all the moons will be the same? We only see one side of it? Or is the side of the moon which we see has a, what I call, stick connected to the earth with it, what we call gravitational magnetic field of it, that is locking it even though it's rotating? Don't accept the fallacies of the knowledge which has been added up by those who never understood, but they made it up because it sounded good and they followed. Try to understand how to create motion within the structure of your plasmas. This is one thing which is at the moment missing. This is the biggest thing which is holding all of you to take into space. Renan, are you in the background? Hello? Are we there, Renan? Hi, Rick. If you see him popping his head out, give me a shout. I need to ask him to show you something. No, Renan has a video on his on his computer. Renan, can you call Renan if it's reachable?
Yes, I informed Renan already, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Renan. So what it is, look at this video. We try to get it up today, or if Renan is not there today, on Thursday. One of you has managed to do it, has managed to show it. This is what is missing in the whole structure of all of your systems. Creating and maintaining plasmatic motion, and then controlling the plasmatic motion. You have made ganses which are free in the boxes, and you've seen rotating ganses in circle, rotating. You see the rotation. You see them next to each other too, rotating. You see them side pictures, very first pictures we saw, people took a slow motion pictures, the flow of the plasma. This is what you're missing. This is the key to your lift and your motion, to control of the plasma for food, to control of the plasma for energy. We've seen some of you, all of you, a large number of you, for any year, 2 years, are posting these pictures. I can see the ganses floating. Understand why, how, and try to replicate it. Then you understand you can speed change it, and then you will lift. Because you create interaction of different gravitational magnetic fields. Those of you who understand this and you can manipulate it, you will fly in no time. This is the only part that is left in the total teaching, to make you to be able to lift, to be able to create different rotation, different speed of rotation, different strength, and once you do that, as they are in the Ganser state, they lead to interaction of these fields, magnetic fields and gravitational fields, which you have created and you control with their environment, the Earth gravitational magnetical field. And then you will understand, voila, you will lift. Some of you have managed, we know a person within the Keshe Foundation who has shown us or explained to us that how he was lifted off his bed. We bring him out, you know, we don't keep my secret, but we wait till it's done and people can experience it, they understand why. The reality is you do live a normal life within the confine of your spaceship. The only problem, he hasn't realized he was within the spaceship. And the gravitational magnetic field strength of the environment he created next to his bed allowed him, in the position of wanting to fly, to be able to lift, or what we call magnetic gravitationally position himself in respect to his bed. He knows, and the Keshe Foundation supporters will know who we are talking about, because it's going on till we don't develop it fully, it will not come out. But understand why. The system carries his body composition, Gans composition. He partially been involved in building the system, so he has a connection to it. The emotional feeling, which is a dynamic gravitational field in the brain of the man, in different layers of it, leads to condition of creation of magrav positioning in respect to your system, not in respect to the Earth. Because now you have joined the matter state of the GANs of the upper layer, what we call the atmosphere of the system. Soon a large number of you will experience this. In the teachings of last week and the week before, I kept on touching on a very, very direct line, and a lot of you cannot understand it. Go back to the original teachings. I always explained that man sometimes in the past knew how to position himself without any donkeys or cars or aircrafts. Double magnetic field interaction is built within the brain of the man. I have told you so many times in all the teachings, go back and find them, that one day I show you how you can use your brain to do whatever you like. You can change your body to stand high temperatures. You can change your skin to stand high temperatures. And you can do whatever you like. So you don't need to wear a suit, because your brain is connected to your skin. At the same time, when you can do this, you can position yourself in respect to the environment which you exist. Go back on the teachings of a year ago, 2 years ago. You see all the parts are coming together. Go back on the teachings of past few weeks. You will see more has come together, but you haven't managed to connect them together. Now we bring it together that you can connect them. What does this mean? Go back into the structure of the brain of the man. We do not have anything to do with the physicality. Arms and legs, 10 fingers, 2 fingers, in fact, is irrelevant. What is important? Go back in the teaching we did last week. If you go and look at, let's say, the shape of the brain of the man, and we put this part of it aside, the brain of the man has 2 halves. This is your skull. We got nothing to do with it, but it's there. If you remember, Rick showed us a cross section of the brain, which we see such a structure, where the main brain on one half, either half is set, which is somewhere here. Go back and remember what I explained to you, that if this is your brain, given the strength magnetic field is your emotion of pain. Given magnetic gravitational pain is emotion of love. A given gravitational magnetic field is the motion of happiness. Given gravitational magnetic field is sadness. All of these, whatever you know, name on them, they have a specific gravitational magnetic field. And when the man learns how to use which one against which one, and which part in respect to the other part, you have created the double magnetic field needed for the creation of the lift and motion. And because it's come from the skin of the man, which is his internal brain, we call it, will cover the whole body of the man. So what you're going to see is very simple. Your emotion is covered by your brain. Covers the whole of the operation of your body. You don't need to look for what I call reactors and whatever. The reactor is inside you. It's just for you to understand how to use it and how to apply it. Just 1 second, please. I have to do something here. It's very important for us. Can you go downstairs and see him? Sorry about that. There's things happening in the background that we have to do. In so many things, if you understand this, how you can use the strength of the emotion in a very center of your brain in respect to even each side of the brain, then you can fly, you can sink. You don't need to wear a mask, a spacesuit, or whatever else you call it. It is important that you understand how easily you can manipulate your field forces. In so many ways, you have to understand that what I explained to you and how I brought you these teachings was to understand this. Can you use, increase your emotion of the sadness without being sad, with the emotion of happiness without being happy, and move one in one direction or the other one in other direction, and give them different strength that allows you to levitate, allows you to gravitational magnetically position yourself. Now the secret is out. Now we understand part of the totality. Now you understand how you can control your reactors which you have built. This is what I say. You can and you have to control your emotion. With it, you can control your spaceship. Go back on the teachings of past few weeks. I have brought you, I have guided you to this point, and we go further and further. If you can understand how simply using the field strength of the emotion of the man can lead to the man's protection, then you understand how you have so many fields in your hand and you always use it for the cheapest gain, emotion. And then at the same time, you have two half of it, that you can create circulation between one and the other. And these two will give you the positioning you've been looking for. And if you can do it the proper way, the interaction of the two will give you the energy you absorb from the environment to feed the physicality without eating a single piece of material, without harming another entity, without absorbing the energy of another entity to be what I call the thieves of the night, scavenging on the life of other entities. You can use the structure of your brain in a very positive way to create exactly what we said, the friction between the sun and the earth. What it created was nitrogen, oxygen, carbon and hydrogen. So if you understand how to manipulate the field forces within your brain, two sections of your brain, instead of feeding into the physicality, allow the two sections to interact, you can have all the energy you need because you have absorbed it. When you look at the top pictures of your brain, if you look at it from the top, the two halves, doesn't matter how many wrinkles you put on it, inside sits the control room of the emotion and the control of the feed. It's you who has to extend the knowledge now. You have the biggest control room for you in a space within the central structure of your own body. Try to understand what happened if I want to increase the emotion of happiness with the strength of the, let's say, joy. Does it allow me to go to the left, or does it allow me to go to the right? Does it change my skin? How many times have you asked yourself, why do I sweat when I'm afraid or when I get scared? Which of these fields has interacted with each other that has led to the creation of the matter on my skin I call sweat? Why do I cringe and my skin becomes tight? Which emotion interacts with each? And then try to understand it. Then you can create the field forces in your brain that can stand any level of change in gravitational magnetic field of the gans of the body of the man. You got to understand there is a huge problem with the physical body of the man. And we go back to the original teachings. The body of a man, if you don't put food in it, is totally magra. But when you put food in it, is a composite, is a magrav and inertia. And that's why man can never escape the boundary of this planet. This is why we have not understood the totality. When we take food, we are conditioned to this planet because we carry part of its inertia. Is the inertia which is holding us attached to, not the gravity. If you can close, as we said in other teachings, the mouth of the man does not allow no matter to go in, your body will be totally of the Gansa state. Then you can interact with the rest of the universal condition. Then you can use the emotional lines to interact. We breathe matter inside us, and our breath is the cause of our attachment to this planet. In so many teachings, I keep on teaching line by line. Keep on teaching step by step. About the time will come when man does not need a nose and does not have a mouth. You will come to that point when you become detached from the matter state, when there is no more inertia connected to the magrav. Magrav is the attribute of a plasma in a higher order. Inertia is the attributes of the magrav at the lower order, which is in state of matter at the point of the creation and observation. So when you can take the matter out of the life of the man, which you take inertia away from it, then man behaves as it's actually itself a total Gans, an entity of universe. In the state of the magnetic gravitation of the universe. Then you become the chameleons of the space. And that's why we see the problem with a lot of you. In trying to think and control, you cannot achieve the construction of the physical body because you, part of your energy which runs in your blood is of the inertia strength. And that is what is connected to you and keeps you to be attached to this planet. This is important. Maybe for the first time you can understand. Go in the writings, go and understand. We say detachment brings peace. Detachment from physicality, where you don't breathe the matter state, when you don't eat the matter state, it brings you to the point of absorbing energy from the universal energy, which is totally free to all creatures of the universe. But when you add inertia to it, every breath you take, you add a matter state. You bring a matter state in the mixture of your lung. So you stay attached to this planet on the matter level, on its inertia. Now try to play games for you to see if you can separate the emotion from the right side to the left side. That you can, this is the left and the right of your brain section, that you can create a condition that you can feed yourself without eating, without taking any matter state. You will find your breathing will stop. You will find your eating will stop. You will find you become at the state of peace because you do not take what it belongs to the body of another being. And then when you get to that level, you can interact different emotion of joy and no fear, because the fear goes, you reach the level which passes and supersedes the magnetic gravitational field of the matter state and the ganses of this planet, and then you become part of the universal community. It takes a lot of understanding to be able to reach this point of detachment from the matter state. If you can reach the state where you create energy according to what you need from the interaction of emotion of the fields within your structure of the brain, you can feed the plasmatic condition which you call the components of matter of the man, which is your arms and legs and whatever. As I keep on saying, we are going into the real true space technology. Up to now, we played with marbles and little games. Now, we join the adult game of the space. Very few of you will ever understand. But those who understand will elevate the others. The game, all these reactors, all these cores, all these fields you played with, was to teach you how to control the emotion of yourself. But what you created as a star formation is within you, is within your emotion. And it's you who got to decide how you want to play which reactor, or how you want to play which strength. In all the teachings, I continuously, especially in the past few months, I refer to a very simple process. Each emotion does not come out of nowhere. Each emotion is the manifestation of a given strength, gravitational magnetic field. As 3 is happiness, 1 is sadness, 2 is content, 1 is joy, 1 is laughter, 1 is grief. Now, you've got to connect everything together and you find out very soon you are more energy inside you than you can ever imagine. Because now you tap into the energy of the total environment which you will exist in, and to exist in, because the environment has given you the structure to live, the environment allows you to protect yourself within that structure. So your skin adapts to it. And then, in that process, you are the passenger of the universe. As you arrive, you take the chameleon of the place where you are. Many of you will not ever understand what is being told today. Very few of you will comprehend the truth. And those of you who comprehend the truth will become the true man of space. Very few will reach this level because it's very, very, very easy. And the man does not like easy things. Man has to be challenged, that in the challenge he confirms his existence. Man has now learned to work within, that working within, it adds to his existence. That's why man has such a short life. And in a space, entities live for thousands of years. You fight to exist, but you got to learn. You can give and gain, that it allows you to exist for eternity. This is the youth. This is a cup of life. Yourself, understanding the truth about the operation of your own self, not having a cup that it gives him that I can't get energy from it. Start understanding the operation of your own body, the inner sanctums of your brain, the way I teach you. And then you'll find out every single one of you become passengers of a space without any spaceship, because now instead of building a ship, your skin and your thought is the control system and the ship. Try to test yourself, not by hurting, but by finding the balance, by finding which field has which strength, and where each strength has its home within the structure of your brain. Any question?
Mr. Kesh, could you go over the layers again that we see here as you see them? We have that the black line there.
Just 1 second, please. The black line is where the most of emotion exists. This is the most powerful part. This is the central part. In our brain, this continuously receives fields from the skin of the man. Oh my God, let me go that way. From the skin of the man through your spinal cord. Your spinal cord is the bringer of the energy from the environment of your life. So, you have to understand this is not equal for every being. What is to me emotion of laughter and joy could be at the level which could be the emotion of pain for you. It depends how your skin is transferring the energy into itself. You got to remember, the energy which comes through the skin feeds into the neural system is the energy of the matter state. The energy which comes through the blood, which feeds into the neural system, is the energy of emotion. You have to learn how you mix the environmental with your own circulation, that it gives you position and protection in respect to the environment you are. You don't go and build yourself a system to be your skin. You attach your emotion and one of these fields that is interaction with a field which comes from the body or environment of the physical body, allows it automatically to change it according to what this environment is. Some people have learned this, but they can't teach it because they don't understand it. It's like you can walk through a fire. Nothing happens to you. Because what you do, you tune this environmental energy into the level of the energy of, let's say, fear. So when it comes to the emotion, the two are the same. So is skin, is changes that the environmental temperature is the same as what is receiving from emotion. It brings it to that strength. This is what you do in the space. You understand your emotion levels. With us as a human being, we all got so confused that everything is messed up. We never been to the school of understanding our own emotion. With one thing we cry, and with the other thing we cry too. We call it cry of joy, and we call it the cry of pain. We have to understand which energy is which, and where it sits with the operation of our internal operation, not somebody else's. You go in the environment, in the space where you sit with another species of fish, then you can still go down in the oceans with the same fish. And you sit another creatures in the sea, but much deeper. Up to now, 30 meters would have killed you. 100 meters you would have been flat. Now you can go down thousands of meters. Because now for the first time, you have learned the secret of existence. Be chameleon in comparison to the environmental energy in respect to the energy of the emotion of yourself. Is the fear a strength which brings the demise, not the environment which you walk into. In space, you can go to any environment and you'll exist. But you have to know how to create the clothes of the environment. Do you need to add more energy of the fear mixed with of joy? And it's just about right for this planet. But you have to remember, I still shall exist. The fear is the trigger of the death. Just 1 second, please. The demise of the man comes from the fear. And the fear is the first level within the structure. It's the fear which limits your existence. It's fear which you do not know if you're going to carry on or is the entities going to stay together. If you go deeper in the black part, you reach the higher order, which this part in the center is the energy of the soul of the man, which is independent from the physicality. The further out you go from the center and you can find a position, the less threat is to your existence. Joy, happiness is out of the boundaries because it's your giver. When you're happy, you dance, you joke, you give energy. So that's your magnetical. This is what you release to find your environment. Fear and demise within the center is your gravitational. And the rest goes between the two. I was with the Australian team for a few minutes yesterday. Or was it the day before? And one of the people in the group was talking about putting hand on top of the other hand without touching and feeling the energy to transfer. And people in the circle who did this found a lot of joy. Ask yourself a single question. Am I hand up or am I hand down? Is it both hands down, both hands up? Am I taking or am I giving? And then you find out all of you can start lifting. When your fear is put apart, that I don't take and I don't give too much, you find a balance, and in that balance you find as totality energy circulating in the, because none of your energies is the same, you will find, you will create a new field strength like a Gans in the outer ring, and you'll find a new position in respect to the planet. You can all left, you don't need anything. You will create a gravitational magnetic positioning in respect to the planet. And if one of you panics, you all fall. Because what is fear is taking. Each line you have to understand. The borders and in between. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Kes.
Yes.
Hello. My name is Edward. Can I make a question, please?
Where are you from, please?
I'm from Albania. I live in Greece now.
Welcome. Ask the question.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe it's relative with what you are saying. I've done nano coating the coils and the core, make of the wires. But about the alignment of the fields, I was thinking using the voltmeter for detecting the flow, if I understand right, this thing is in a manner we can. I want to ask if it's right what I'm thinking. It's not matter if the coil is clockwise or anti-clockwise, because we can detect the flow of the plasma, so we can make it either magnetical or gravitational. Is this right, Mr. Kes?
Depends on how you position and how much everything is positioned in respect to each other.
To each other. Yes. Yes.
The
And
problem
yes,
is,
sorry.
carry on.
I'm sorry.
Carry on.
I was thinking about just concentrating in the fields going going through the wire. So the wire is just an instrument to understand it better and to detect it in the way we understand the things. I was thinking so.
In so many ways, yes. Let me explain to another part which it comes to understanding, and that is we saw Renan and his team showed us a meter, and by holding the meter you could find out the state of your health. Now hold the meter and create fear, joy and laughter, and you see how the meter moves. And then you understand the connection between your emotion and your physical entity. Then
I
you
was thinking this. Sorry.
yes, carry on.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I was thinking just about this thing when I feel it, I think I understood it. I don't know.
Thank you very much. Maybe you're right.
I thank you because, and I want to say another thing. I'm sorry for not sharing anything until now because I'm trying hard to follow you guys, but I make something. I wish I would like to show you something I make. And the one question which I have about the core system. Yes, I put my camera on. And I don't know how to zoom it, but these are my guns, and these are my coils, which I made.
Hey,
And
Mr.
this is
Cash, I think you have to stop the screen sharing. So
Yeah.
webcam.
so. I'm sorry about the
You
image
got to
because I'm
share
not so.
now.
Uh, I have to do something here.
No, we see your table.
No. I make these core coils, and these are my guns. Ah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Those are my guns, which I have in my house. And about this about the core. Uh, about the reactor core. Um is has to be in some type spherical or is just right like this, Mr. Cash?
You go back on the teachings. It's all on the teachings, these things.
Yeah.
Different people make different parts. Different people make different combination, and it still depends what they put on it and how they use it. Some of you will make a bigger twist, some make a smaller twist, but that's all it is.
And
Depends on what they create and what they create with it.
I'm sorry about the pen, the health pen, which I have in this glove. Sorry about my camera, guys. Um,
You see, I've seen a lot of people making these pens, and everyone claims one thing or another. But you have to understand how these pens actually, what are they supposed to do? What you have added to it. I see people put different gases to it, they put different materials to it, they make different twists, and they all claim it works. It does work, but it depends what you set it up for, what it's supposed to do.
yeah,
If
my
not,
question, yes, sorry.
it won't have the same effect.
I understand that. My question was just for my understanding. Now I don't have any guns on it. It's just nano-coated coil. But I have put my patch uh, with guns under it. it's a way that we energize the water, reacting with the gas fields.
It's an idea, why not? There is no one which is right and no one who's wrong. It depends on what you need to take from the position of material or the condition it created. I've
Yes,
seen
yes.
people making a lot of coils. I've seen people are selling pens, sending it across the world to each other. And when it arrives, they say, oh, it didn't work, because you got to understand how they make it. If it's a crack and what was made for.
Yes.
So it depends what you wanted from it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Cash. Thank you very much. I thank you for sharing your knowledge with us and for giving so. I don't know, for my whole life I think is my first time I really I'm learning something.
Welcome.
Eh,
I hope we can teach well too.
you are doing this. Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Any other question? Please. Somebody's breathing. Somebody. You
Yes,
got to
yes,
switch off your microphone.
yes. Thank you, Rick. Hi, Mr. Kesh.
Hello.
I was wondering about if there's, if we're, I'm wondering what is the difference, if there is a difference, between using our emotional system when we use, when we're not taking our physicality in travel and when we are taking our physicality in travel.
Big difference.
Okay.
As long as you're alive, you cannot do without your physicality. You got to, it's like these cartoons. They put a heavy load in the trousers of the other one, and just goes vroom, and that's going the other way. Your inertia mass always holds you, and you cannot do without it, because that's what you're attached with. You cannot leave it and go. We do it in our sleep because we have become like an electron. We can release it, but we are still connected to it. But because of its inertial mass upward, the gravitational and matter state, we come back to it. Unless, as I said, the next step for man to learn to become man of space is when he learns not to take from the environment the matter state of the environment. Which means you should not eat and you should not breathe, but you take energy through the skin and the emotion as you need it. And then you don't commit no sin. Thou shall not kill. So this is how the space will be. Don't look at somebody else in the space, oh, it must be delicious to eat it. This is what we do in a matter state of the absorption of the energy. I love to have that chicken. But that chicken is another life which is accumulated for itself, but become a thief for it. And then once you get to that stage that you don't take the matter state, then your body starts taking from the state of the universe to add to its matter as it needs it. And then you can decide what you want to do with it.
And then from that point, we could go into space with our physicality. Sorry, I'm a little confused.
Yes, you can. Why? You're already. You know what's your biggest confusion, madam?
Please tell me.
Your own ignorance. And your ignorance is that you're already a passenger of space. And you're traveling at 1 million kilometers an hour and you don't see it.
But that's exactly why I'm confused, because I feel like I already can travel in some sense, and I'm trying to understand how to do it with my physicality. That's
No, the thing is, you have to. Detachment from physicality brings peace, and that is something which has a lot of meaning, which means you don't consume physicality, you don't take physical part, you take the fields, and then you don't kill, you don't destroy, then you have the right state of energy in your inner existence to do what you need, you want to do. You don't cuddle someone and says, give me your energy. I want to eat you. So this is what's going to happen. This is what is the next step of development. More and more of you will find out slowly. Let's say next 6 months, 12 months, some of you will start realizing I'm not eating that much. I'm not hungry that much. And if we take you in space, you find out I'm taking everything in. What's the use of the mouth? I don't need to breathe. And gradually, as you don't use it, it'll lock up. Because you feed your emotion through your neural system, not through your lung. Because you take energy from all your body. The problem is, if you open the whole patch of the lung and flatten it, it's the size of your skin, more or less, I should say. If you really open it up to absorb energy for the emotion, your skin does it. Why do you need the lung? You already have it outside. Your lung is part of your skin, but crumble it together. You will find the function of the lung will move into the skin of the man. And then we don't need the lung because it's not there, it's not, no need for it. Then you lose your nostrils. The same is with your stomach and digestion system.
so. I imagine that when we go different etheric bodies, as described.
Pardon? Can you repeat? You got somehow disconnected.
Yes. Okay.
You're too close somewhere to your microphone or somewhere.
Okay.
Step back. Step back.
Here we go. Okay. Let me know.
Maybe we can hear the emotion of your brain.
Okay. Is this better?
No. I said maybe we hear the emotion of your brain somewhere. Interfering with the microphone.
Probably the confusion. Okay. So okay. So what I'm imagining, and I'm saying, I'm expressing my confusion for the purpose of clarification. So.
Yeah. So you confuse more people with your confusion.
Well, I'm hoping that you can clarify. That's my desire.
Okay. Carry on.
So my feeling was that when we travel without our physicality, we automatically go into these different bodies, like you're saying. Our body changes. Like
We already travel without physicality. We call it the state of sleep. Not
and
when. We do it professional, become professional thieves. We even cheat our physicality when we go for a well, it's like when mom is out, you go through the back door for the coffee. We already do it, but we don't want to recognize it.
okay, yes. So
Let's say, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Where does the soul go when you're asleep in a physical state?
Yeah, that's for me. It feels like it's traveling.
I think it goes to a soul party somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. It goes somewhere and it's traveling. So when we're awake, quote unquote, we can do the same thing. That's, to me, what space travel is.
To you, you have to have your physicality to be traveling, and that's where the confusion is.
Yes.
So
I would
stop
thought that
thinking
there's
that
two
way.
different lines of study here in a way. Those that or we're learning both. I thought maybe there's a different way if we want to bring our physicality. There's a different thing I need to learn compared to what I already do. So I'm just wondering.
Maybe you got to stay a student for a little bit longer. Don't forget the old song. Just a little bit longer. Together we'll make it. But one of us has to jump out over the fence and understand the totality. It's
I'm a
the way
student forever.
separated. It's the way you have to separate the energy in the matter level and the energy in the emotional level. That's where your confusion sits.
Okay, extrapolate, please.
If you learn the energy with your physicality is the heat, is the temperature, is whatever we see. Emotion is the fear, joy, than the rest. You don't go and say, oh, my finger is afraid, I'm not putting my finger. My finger says to me, I'm afraid. And you don't say, oh, my toe is happy, it's jumping and laughing. We have separated the two. And somehow man has never understood the separation. Joy, emotion, comes within the structure of the brain, which has no physicality. Reaction, motion, comes from physicality, which has no emotion itself. It's just a physical part.
Mm.
Try to understand the difference between the two, and then you see it will become very, very easy.
Well, yeah, because on one level, I feel like if we desire to go left, we desire to go left, and that's it. We just I guess, activate that
If you
desire.
understand that, then it should be no hard to say, oh, the skin, you better go very hard, high temperature, I'm just jumping in the furnace, and you can walk back out.
Yeah.
So next time you see a furnace, don't jump in.
Okay.
Test the water first.
Okay. Thank you.
You got to understand how to separate and understand the difference between the emotion and the physical reaction, and this is where the confusion is for a lot of people. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Cash.
Thank you.
John from Argentina. Hello.
Hi, John.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, good evening. We are going to sleep.
Yes. How can we separate the GANs from the amino acid? Because the amino acid goes down and it's sort of fluffy over the GANs, but they sort of mix each other, don't they?
No, they don't. It depends on how you're making it.
Well, I'm making it through 3 different ways, but the really white one is with 1.5 volts of the batteries, and I get quite a lot of amino acid, but then it sinks and it deposits itself over the GANs.
So separate it.
Fine.
It's not much difference.
And the GANs made without any battery or voltage, I find it's sort of greenish, blue, light blue green, as if it had a bit of copper oxide. Could that be so?
I don't know. I'm not there.
You're right. Well, I haven't the camera by there, so I'll have to see how I manage to get through with pictures sometime.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you indeed. Any other question?
By the way, I found out last Wednesday I started having some of the amino acid and also some of the GANs, and I found I'm not hungry anymore, and I have no motivation to have something to eat or drink.
Are you on an energy diet? Or I say you're being
Obviously,
young.
I'm full of energy. I'm no problem with energy.
This is just what you will see more and more as people will try, and you'll see. You go to different restaurants for different ganses. Oh, this one is so good. I feel very energized. No, the other one is not good. You haven't seen the emotional ganses yet to come.
Well, what I can say is I live alone and I cook for myself just to nourish myself. But what I've found out is that practically I'm given up bothering about having something to eat.
Be careful, don't lose your mouth too fast. Learn how to communicate first with your emotion before you lose and shut the mouth and lose the voice box.
I'll
That's the
try.
next.
Yes, thank you.
Any
There are viewers in, and if any of those that were just brought in as a panelist would like to ask a question, they could offer something now.
Hi, Mr. Cash. This is Libby. I wanted to ask you. I've been
where
the
are
one
you
that
from?
Canada, Nova Scotia.
Yes.
I've
Yeah.
been trying to use nature to nanocoat what I make, and I just wanted what your feelings were about using nature. I made a short video, and it takes a much longer time than burning it, but it seems to arrive at the same place. And I
How
use
do you do it? Can you enlighten us?
well, I can show you a short video I made. It's 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Fine. Is there any noise on it? Anything?
No, not at all. Not at all. And it's I'm still I call it curing it outside, but can I show you that video, or
Can
can I
you play it on your desktop and share it for us?
I can certainly try to do that. I did post it into the Zoom chat, so I
We're
will
getting
try.
a lot of women coming in. Fantastic.
And I'm a grandmother too, sir, and I absolutely love what you're doing. I've been exploring. I just love all the potential, and I do recognize comes from inside. And I know the best word for me that keeps me in that proper zone is two words together. Thank you. Just keep repeating thank you, and it goes a very long way to keep you in that state. Okay, I will try to play that on my desktop. I'm not too sure how to do that yet.
You're a very advanced grandma.
Well,
You know how to use a computer.
yeah, there we go. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. So I just start playing it on my computer, Rick. That's what I do, and then hit share screen.
And then share it.
Just have it lined up ready to play on your
Okay,
desktop, and then do the share screen. Then you can still click on it.
Yeah. Come on, Liberty. You can do this. Sorry, I get excited, so I'll just go into that chant. Thank you, and know it will work.
If you get stuck, then I can set it up here too. I did find it, so.
Okay.
But it's a good test for you here.
Thank you.
We love to see people under stress.
Rick, you have been such a joy to me. Thank you. Okay, so play. There it is. Okay. So I put it on full screen on my computer, and then I hit share screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it goes, boom.
Okay. Whoa, I gotta stop it first. Stop. And then get to...
Share the screen, the little green man.
Okay. Oops. Stop.
Yep, you're right. You're there.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
Wait,
and then hit play?
Yes, please. Grandma with her on YouTube. Fantastic.
I showed this, I think, in the plasma reactor group before I dipped it. I guess I'll make it huge, eh? Is that still working for
If there's
everybody?
any sound, we probably won't hear the sound.
There's no sound.
Okay,
there's no sound. See how it starts to turn? This is just after a wood ash dip. And then later in the afternoon, I dipped it in CO2 GANS water. And over the days, the next day, we had freezing temperatures that night. So it started to turn color, and there's a little CO2 ball that's formed, and then it's still transforming. I tried to make this short. I take way too many pictures. Then we had a huge rainstorm. Oh, it was wonderful, which I know adds to the elements because who knows what's in the rain. And then it really starts to get darker and gets this grayish tinge to it. And CuO GAN starts to appear in the coils. And it's just so exciting. It gets darker, then it gets like this gray white, and then it goes, but it's not consistent yet. And this is where I wonder. But I can tell you, I have 2 cats and 3 hens, and we all like to sit in front of that. There's a bench on the other side of it, and we are happy campers. I mean, there is just life is so beautiful, and I do love. I happen to live in the butte, but you see, there's still some copper there, so I decided I should dip it again in some CO2 GANs water, and we've had beautiful spring-like days. Just beautiful. Look how that color is. It's just like magical to me.
This is last year or this year?
No, this is just this week I started this.
It's not the spring now, it's winter.
I know, but we're getting spring weather. I don't know if it's my little device that's helping to do that, but who knows? It's okay. I'm happy, and my hens are happy, my cats are happy, and people that come to visit me. At the very end, I just, out of a whim, because I wanted the device to know what it meant to fly, I added some feathers for the night. And yeah. So I like to jump in, and I wonder sometimes, am I as crazy as I... Okay, I'll stop that share. Am I still here?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yay, thank you.
Well done.
I just wanted your input, Mr. Kesh, because I am a crazy woman, but I'm happy to be crazy because this world is insane, and my family is here. This virtual Kesh family is such an important family to me. Your input would be very greatly appreciated.
No, we see this nano coating. We don't see it, but in fact, it's part of the nature. This is how life has started in any shape or form. So what you've done, you have framed it in a way. When you twist these coils and the way you put them together, they create fields against each other. And that's why, if you said it yourself, one part does not matter what you do, it will not nano coat. Because the field strength in that condition, that environment, is just a matter state. But we see this, don't forget, you say, I left it in nature. But you haven't actually left it in nature, you left it in a bigger pot of caustic. In our environment is salt, is water, is nitrogen, everything is in there. So when it rains, and especially in all over the world, wherever we live now on this planet, our air is not clean anymore. That is just fresh air. It's highly contaminated with all the materials which can produce nanomaterial. And this is what happens. I've seen many people doing this. Don't forget, we all know how to do it, but now we start using it, or at least understanding what's happening. The other thing is, if you think of it, does the metal rust, or does the metal create its own nanomaterial? And it gets to the point of releasing its energy in a plasma condition. That's why we see the metal doesn't exist. We don't see pieces of metal which is rusting on the floor. Not all of it. Where does it go? Does it change into the atomic structure and in a condition of the air, because of the salt in the air, it becomes GANs of itself, and the energy becomes part of the environment of the nature?
I have one more question to ask of you, if I may, and I will share my screen because I received the impulse to create a reactor. Let's see if I can find an envelope. I thought I had one stashed here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Had the idea. I made a reactor, an egg-shaped reactor, but then I had the idea of, well, if zinc and copper are the most important elements for us to create everything else, or especially for CO2, I inserted a little brass made. Hard to get it out now, but a little inner brass coil. Now, I didn't have thin coil, but I noticed that, having played with so many different wires lately, that that electricians use many wires to equal the same gauge of another wire. So I thought, well, if I used many wires of the brass wire to make an inner core, would nature then have the ingredients to make the CO2?
Yes. If you do, yes, of course. If
Okay.
you would not many people have done this, and that is, you don't need to create GANs and everything else. If you create a nano copper wire and then put a zinc or chicken wire inside it, you create more or less everything you need for the flight system.
Oh, thank you, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you, sir. I love you. Thank you.
This is something which a lot of people don't realize. They go and make the guns and everything else, but nobody has stood still to do this. And I've done it. It's beautiful what you get. But you have to understand that your copper nanocoat has to be well in a condition and near enough and distant enough that you will create the plasma of the CO2 in one part, you create a plasma of CH3 in the other, you create a plasma of CO2 and the copper oxide in the same coil. And this will create a rotation of the plasma itself. You don't need to create the rotation, it's already becomes, because all of you up to now have been using just copper and copper. If you use a copper and a zinc and a chicken wire, it's the best one. I always use chicken wire. You create the same thing once you nanocoat it. And if you nanocoat part of your chicken wire, you will see a very totally different ball game. If you wrap it, you will see the light coming from it. I'll leave it as that. Let's see how you expand it. All of you done one thing and one thing, and you copy it. So, and now you open the discussions there. I've done that with chicken wire for a long time. You don't need to make a gas.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. See you flying soon. Any other question?
Yes, can I just show you something? It's Jackie from Switzerland.
Hello, Jackie.
Hello, Mr. Cash. First of all,
you need to stop sharing. Okay,
yeah,
hi, Jackie.
Yeah. The first thing that I really want to give you a big thanks, because from all my soul and my heart, I really need to thank you a lot, because you changed my life and the life of my family and so much person on this planet. It's so beautiful. And here I have the tree system, and in my 3 coils there, I make.
Have you flown yet? I've seen your things. I think you're too attached to the ground. Try to fly.
Yeah, it's flying. And this is different. It's
this is the one I told you is too far, too close, too far, too close.
Yeah.
Which one? The one on the left or on the right? Oh, that's your medical system on the left.
No, this is my first unit. The second unit, this is the first I have done, and this is my final version. With
yeah,
different. with
Any more?
copper and copper, iron, and copper, and I see so strange things, you know. Per moment, the walls in my room is totally different when I go. Yeah, it's really so strange, you know. And when I make my GANs, if I can show you, I just want to take it.
How's your? Oh, it's gone.
What? Sorry.
How's your? I said, how's your teaching going on in France?
It's so nice. You know, I can fly. I was in France, and yesterday or Sunday I was in Poland, Poland, Polish.
Yeah.
And after I was in Switzerland, and after I was in France again, you know, and I can travel in different places really fast.
How do you
It's
do
really
that with your
nice.
car? Is your car still going faster?
Yeah, my car is going faster. That's right. It's yeah, we fly really fast, you know. And what I realized in making my different GANs is, you know, here this type of GANs, it's only upside. It's the I put some soot caustic and aluminum, and then I let it dry, and then it goes down really slowly in the bottle, and it gives me these GANs, you know. And you can see, you can, every piece in the matter take its place, you know. The fields take the place, and all in the nature is perfect, all have its place. And you can make what you want. Everything is in the right place. You can interact like you want, but the nature will be, it's perfect. So you can, and now I start to just look at this, and I see this beauty, and I feel in my body like in the bottle, you know. This is my three parts. It's my soul, it's my emotional, and the physicality. And now I can really see this in my life, and I can feel this with the other person. I can interact with the other person, and it's a so beautiful feeling, you know. And you take me so much fear off, you know, when you understand your true potential and what you really are. The life becomes beautiful, you know, because you have no more fear.
Yeah, but the fear is a fear of unknown, or what will be the next step. But a lot of you are taking a huge jump, and we see a lot of new changes. I think now that we start teaching the space technology in a true sense of it, without physicality and understanding the emotion, we will see a lot of people will walk away from making these coils and ganses. They start playing with the GANs within the structure themselves.
Exactly.
And this is where the change will come. This is where we will see the inner strength and inner understanding of our own creation, which will play the game. And this is what some will walk away from coils and what they call it, the cores and everything else. Because now that we start teaching, like today, I told you, an hour or so, and that hour of teaching, it takes a man thousands of years to understand fully.
Yeah, and it's where you are so beautiful, you know, because with all the tools you give to us, we can understand so all these things. And this is the beauty. It's not mind thinking. It's we realize in the physical universe we are soul, you know, we are the three part, and it's beautiful because before it just thinking process, but now we can play the game. We are the actor.
I think it's to do with your French accent. Thank you very much. Thanks.
You're very welcome. Thanks to you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Who's that?
Mario from Germany.
Hello, Mario.
Hello. Actually, I saw the in the Q&A section a question from Emilio, and I had the same question. There are conflicting information about the Dubai event on the website. When you book the event, then it says 3 days and 2 nights, but in the video, I think it says 3 nights. Is it from the? That's what I assume. Is it from the
20? Is 21st and the 22nd.
Yeah, that's the event.
For 20th night, 21st, 22nd, and you leave on 23rd.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
The event is for 2 days, and one night you can come the same morning or go the night after. It's 3 nights stay, 21st, 22nd, 23rd. And we will make announcement in respect to the what you call the event, due to what I call the security alerts, which is risen around our operation, and this is done by what do you call it? We'll explain to it when we come to it. We are doing a lot of work in the background. What we call, as you know, in Belgium, they've been very busy, and now we had to make huge changes for the security apparatus of the foundation, and we're changing some things, and we announce it when it's done, when it's completed. But it is the 3 days, and hopefully, as I said, we might see some world leaders or prominent people joining us. We're trying to reassess the position, because a lot of people finding it very expensive to come in, or finding a flight to be here on the right time. So we are reconsidering a lot of things. We're listening, and we can hear a lot of positions.
Yeah, that's the other thing about the possible discount from the flight. There,
I was with a gentleman who does control the flight tickets.
Yeah.
Telling me nobody has booked it. They're giving you a lot of information, and they're waiting to see how people respond. And we will announce in a short time coming, because of as you know, what happened in the United States with the situation with the capture of or what I call walking after criminal. The other criminals are on the run and causing a lot of problem before it's a last kick of a dead man, we call it. And well, security structure of us has to change. We're going to change a lot of things, but the menu will go the same, and we will announce what it is. And we have made huge changes. We had to make changes because these are what I call terrorists of the internet.
So more information will be.
There is no more information as it is. It will go the way it is, but we put a cap on it very soon. Whoever has not or will not book, has not booked, the cap will come in. We're putting a very close cap on it for security reasons. We have to change. We have to change, but it's still 3 days, 21st, 22nd.
So basically, a check-in is possibly the 20th, and the check-out is the 23rd. Right?
Yeah, but we are changing a lot of things in respect to what we will explain soon. It's just a matter of security. Some people have done, as you've seen now, we don't talk out of line. As you've seen, we will prove it. Some people have gone over the top, thinking they are very correct and putting it on the internet to bombard the hotel and bombard the security services in the way. We are watching it. They handed over us all the details, and it goes part of the same. This is called internet terrorism, and we take it seriously, and we make action, and we announce it very soon what our action are. But the event goes on as it is.
Mr. Kesh, some people are asking too about the email site, the JADXB at live.com, to book the flights, and they're not getting a response after a couple of days and so on.
No, they're answering. He was with me. Actually, he is with Caroline now. They will answer to everything. It's just that they've sent you a question or an answer. They're waiting for the response back. But they are receiving a huge amount of emails. They were not
Right.
expecting such a flow. They were expecting like 50, 60 people maybe to apply, but now we're putting a cap on it. We are controlling it very heavily, and we'll see what happens.
So it
Because
may take a day or two to get a
it
response from
takes
that
within
email.
I've been told by this Friday or whatever, everything will be answered. Anybody who's making the booking out through them, they got nothing to do. These are people who will organize a lot of it. He was telling me they're receiving a lot of booking from China and Thailand and Philippines. They see a lot of flow from United States. So he said they're working on it.
Can you also elaborate a little bit on the emotional GANs, what you said earlier?
You got to understand to make it.
Okay.
Start making it. It's
really
very easy. Let me explain to you. I said it. If you haven't heard it, I say it again. Go back into what Renan and the innovation team showed you with the voltmeter. Now get that voltmeter in your hand. You know you're not sick. You don't have whatever, and try to get angry and see where the new figure comes. Try to be happy and see where the new figure comes. And then try to be happy in one hand and angry on the other one and see what it creates. And this is kind of measurement things. So you can structure and slowly find out the strength of your emotion.
And we can also hold a GANs, bottle of GANs, for example, in our hand and test what that changes.
Yes, most probably.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
We got to assess. We got to find new ways of doing things. And it's very interesting what we do. We saw our Japanese friend, how they showed the system last week. Now Innovation Center is working back on it. Have you found Renan yet? Has he appeared anywhere? Renan?
I understand that Renan was busy doing some sort of radio show. So I think he was occupied doing that. I'm not sure if he'll be able to liberate himself to get here or not.
Okay, no problem. We'll see him on Thursday.
Hello, Mr. Cash. This is Bernie. Renan is, I believe he's already in he already arrived in his house. He'll be online in a short while.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernie. Anything new you want to discuss with us from the Innovation Center?
Not at the moment, sir.
There is nothing new? Are you sure?
Yeah, we have a meeting.
Can't we peel your tongue by any chance?
Regarding the flight control, we have a meeting this afternoon for the update, but we still have to make some GANs for it. And do the update on the connections. But we have it ready. Everything is ready.
Can we see it on Thursday?
Yes.
Would it fly?
We will see. We have when we place it all together, and we just leave it there, it builds up fields, and every time we disturb it, the fields somehow go down and start building up again when no disturbances around.
You see, ask yourself a question.
Okay.
You need to create a pack that no outside interference can interfere with what's happening inside, then it'll start building up. Before we used to have the cores to protect it, but even then we were touching it, we would have changed it. Find a solution that you can create a strong field effect enough that the motion of the physical motion outside it does not affect the field. Hint, hint. Hint,
okay.
hint. Have you got it?
Yes.
Yeah, hint, hint. The reason the thing changes is because you haven't managed to strengthen the field, or you haven't managed to cascade it.
Correct.
So anything around happens. And you know the story of the man on the bed?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. This is the cascade. The man become the cascade.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. So
Thank you
we
much.
see we see you flying on Thursday.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Ernie. Thanks for your help. Is
Mr.
Renan
Cash.
come back yet? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Cash.
Yes.
Can you hear us? Louis Gino. How you doing?
Gino from?
Canada, Louis Gino.
No, Gino, I know, but are you in Italy or you in Canada?
No, no, I'm still in Italy.
Oh, good.
I just want to share some of the experience I've been having.
Yes.
Let me step back a few weeks. I haven't eaten any meat products in
Oh,
many
yes,
years.
we forgot about you. Carry on. Oh, we thought we should have brought you first before you lose all your energy. Carry on.
No, 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 no. I'm going to throw away all the screws, all the bolts, all the tools. That we don't need them. I've scratched the surface. So,
You're still
anyway,
walking in the winter of Italy with the short, Canadian short?
it's springtime. It's not winter.
My God, it's the middle of the winter. Okay, carry on.
So anyway, a few weeks back, I was walking through the supermarket and I walked through the meat section, which I rarely go, and I smelled some roasted chicken and I got kind of a craving for it, which I haven't had in many years. So I brushed it off, and the next day I went back and the chicken was still there.
Talking to you?
Yeah, I guess talking to me. So I grabbed it. It was a small chicken. I grabbed it, went home, blessed it, thanked it, elevated its soul, ate it, enjoyed it. And that night it was horrific for the digestion, and I had a fever and everything. And then for the next few days, I had a very strange, aggressive emotions going through me, which I haven't felt in a long time. And my hormones went crazy. So I'm going, well, is it the chicken? So me being stubborn, I had to do it again. And the same thing happened. And these emotions.
Did the chicken win this time or you did?
No, me.
But stop. I thought you went on a diet of don't eating anything. How come you
Yeah,
went
you know, I'm going several weeks back. I'm just telling you what's going on.
Ah, okay. It's not now. You still, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You're
Gino,
reminiscing.
Gino,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, was it local free range all natural?
I didn't ask.
Okay, that makes a difference. That makes a big difference. But anyway, go on.
I believe it was. So anyway, after that scenario, that's what drove me to push myself to stop everything and go deeper with no food and no water. And I did 12 days, and I used your breathing techniques. I still have to master them, but one of the brightest revelations was for me going swimming into the sea at this time of the year in the ice cold water. That
Well,
really,
in Barrie.
yeah, in right here, yeah.
Yeah.
That really put me in a state where it's unexplainable. I was able to stay in the water 15 minutes, no problem. I didn't feel the cold until I got out. So there's something there that is blocking me from being able to hold my temperature when I get out of the water. But in the water, I'm fine. And that really gives me a boost of energy, a surge, and especially when you're using the breath.
What are you eating now?
Right now, I'm not eating yet. I've just started drinking. I'm still not eating. I did 12 days, no food, no water.
And now you start drinking?
Yeah.
How much?
Well, average now, I'm drinking maybe about 2 liters a day.
So you can go without food, we know, up to about 60 days sometimes.
Oh yeah, easily.
Easily.
But
without water you can't go far. But how long have you managed to go without the water?
12 days I did. No food, no water, just air.
What did you stop?
Why did I stop?
Yeah.
Well, after you taught me those breathing techniques, the issue was, the biggest problem I had was the dry mouth. That was the biggest issue. So I have to learn how to create moisture in the body. That's what I need to learn how to do, to connect.
To create moisture, you have to go in the position of leaning forward towards your knees.
Okay.
You, in a way, by pushing against your knees, it's just you put your foot flat on the floor and you push your knees, and you very slowly press your chest to your shin.
Okay.
Your upper leg, I should call it, yeah?
Yeah.
And you change it. You very slowly, it's just pumping it till somewhere you find it triggers the energy for the moisture, which in fact that moisture of pumping will add to your lymph. And that moisture, as it adds to your lymph, it keeps extra energy in your mouth or in a way as a water.
So I'm bent over on a chair with my
You
chest
don't
on my.
bend. You don't bend. You just sit on the floor with your, like your buttocks on the ground, with your knees tied up to your buttocks, and you press. You keep on changing the environment of your lung. It's just like, you know, when you suffocate, they put you on the floor and they pump your heart or your chest, trying to get the circulation going.
Okay.
That kind of thing, but you have to do it at a rhythm that allows the conversion of the energy to be added to the what you call it, to the lymph. That the energy becomes part of the liquid of the lymph, and then you have the water. You'd never feel thirsty. You can sit and do it very. You got to learn it slowly, or you push yourself against the wall in a way, and you release the pressure. You increase the pressure. You change the cavity size, and that leads to what you got to do. In reality, you have to create what do you call it, pneumonia, where you flood your lung, but you you know, people say that they've taken 2 liters of water from my lung or 3 liters of water from lung. That
Yes.
water
Yes.
comes from the air you breathe in, doesn't come from the body. But if you can change the compression on the walls of your lung, you will create the same condition as pneumonia. But the water is produced so little as the energy of the water, which crosses along and adds to the lymph. So now you're flooding the lymph with the energy of the water, and then you find out that slowly you don't even taste the, what do you call it, the lack of water. But you have to understand something. This is the connection with your physicality by pushing it to create it. In your emotion, you have to ask for the need for the water, energy of the water. You have to put the emotion into it, and the water shall be made. Or what you call the energy of the water level will add to your lymph, and then you find that you have a lot of saliva. There is no thirst. We drink not because we are thirsty. We drink because the lack of liquidity in the lymph dictates addition to it. So instead of drinking, you know how the menu is created. You do the same thing, but you create a condition that very small amount of field strength of water is created, which feeds into your lymph, and your lymph refreshes. And then you have a surplus water. You never go thirsty. It's not so much breathe controlling. You can control your breath and add all the energies to it, but you can support it with a physical movement. You know, when I explained this in the teachings a couple of years ago, when you go to the wall of, what do you call it, in Israel, people go back and forth, they rock. When they read, they rock. I explained this before, because The rocking is part emotion crossing physicality, emotion crossing physicality. So it becomes a heroin which adds and changes the emotion. So you get high. You got to do the same thing. You have to create a condition that it leads to physical excitation and physical absorption of the energy from the lung. And exactly how pneumonia is created, you don't create so much vast amount of water in your lung. You create the energy of the water which crosses the lung and adds to the water of the lymph. And then you never feel thirsty. You can go for decades without it.
It's very interesting, just scratching the surface, the energy coming from fields versus matter, like foods. It's completely different. It's in a state of euphoria. I'm still in a state of euphoria, especially after those cold dips. Does plasma have temperature?
Depends what you want it to be. Because its interaction with its environment dictates the temperature, not on its own.
It's all dependent on what we want.
What do you want? What you want to prepare to put in front of it. The rays of the sun travels the span of the solar system. And when it comes in touch with the upper atmosphere, it breaks down to fields. And then when it comes to touch with the magnetical field of the, what I call the inertial field of the Earth, it becomes heat. It's the inertial interaction with the gas or plasmatic which creates the heat. One is very strong, one is very weak, and the interaction of rubbing against each other does. You can do the same thing in your body. Create a lot of excitement
So it's
and
all
stay very cool from outside. You create a lot of condensation, you create a lot of water.
so it's all based back to our intent and emotion.
Yes, I just showed the line. If you
Yeah.
understood, it becomes
Yeah.
very nice.
Excellent.
Let's see if you can
May
stop
I?
drinking for about 10 years.
We'll give it a go. Thank you.
You're
May
welcome.
I add a little piece that might help you? Is if you get yourself a woolen bathing suit, it's the matter of the fabric when you come out of the water that reacts to the air. But wool is a really good conductor. And if you think of all the monks that wear woolen robes, etc., wool, you don't necessarily have to kill the sheep to get the wool. So, I mean, let's make peace with wool if we can. But it will help you when you get out of the water to deal with the air, and because it doesn't get cold. I learned that this summer because I live by a very cold tidal river, and my friend and I went in, and she had your typical bathing suit on, and I had made a little woolen bathing suit, and I came out and I was toasty, and she was freezing because the fabric that she had on just reacted to the air and made her cold. Just a word.
Interesting. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Cash, this is Thomas from Vienna.
Hi, Thomas.
I got a question regarding emotions and what you talked before. I hope I got it right. How maybe you can give me a hint or some kind of tip. How I see it or how I feel it is that fear is the giving part and happiness is the vice versa. Fear is the taking and happy is the giving part. So it's both hemispheres of my brain. If I'm able to get into my center space where I harmonize, let's say, both hemisphere, and I'm able to be in this center point where I'm, let's say, stabilized, how can I detect or feel other plasma emotion states? Because you said before that there are different areas or locations where there is more fear, so you have to adapt. How can I feel what I have to produce more, which type of field, and is there any protocol, or how should I
Okay, you want me to tell you 2 spoons of sugar, 1 spoon of salt. Put a little pressure here, a little bit there. You have to find out your own, because each one of us are individual structure. You're unique. They're absolutely unique. So you have to find out your own, what is fear to you is could be joy to somebody else, and that's the strength I keep on explaining.
So there is not, sorry, so there is
Okay,
no
let
type
me
of
explain to you
mental.
something else. No, let me explain to you something else. This is a question which I haven't had anybody answering me for nearly 30 years. Maybe with the teachings of today, you might understand. You might be able to answer it. What language do the babies talk?
Pure emotion.
What language do the babies talk to each other?
It's just the interaction of the emotions and the field.
Yeah, the first one gives an answer to it, but in reality, what language do they speak? It doesn't matter if you're black, white, Chinese, you're from North Pole, South Pole, you put them to each other, next to each other, within second they decide who's the stronger. They even don't have an eye, they don't see, but they're aware of the presence of the child, and their behavior shows if they are more timid, afraid of, enjoying to have somebody next to them. So why do we need the voice when we can use the emotion? And this is a question I've put for years, and I put it to you maybe for the second, third time. Those times I put, nobody understood. What language do the babies speak to each other? Even in the womb of their mother. Two brothers, twins, or two sisters, twins. How do they communicate being aware of each other's existence? Do we communicate with our mother unknowingly, even we are in the womb of the mother? If you understand that, then you can find exactly how you have to operate to achieve lift and emotion. Ask another question. What decides with the twin which one shall be born first? A lot of people think it's random, it just happens. No. The one which has the better chance of survival if anything goes wrong with mom, between the two have been decided to come out first. In so many ways, we are living such a surface life, we never look into the depth of the reality. Why, when you're born, your counterpart stays to come last to make sure you have the life that it can come out, that it can support you till the last minute, sacrifices his life because it still has a life, doesn't have an arm and leg, but it's part of you, it sustains life with you. If you can answer these questions, you get closer to understand the condition of the creation and motion in the universe.
Thank you.
Right? You're welcome. When you go to sleep tonight, go back to the depth and see what you remember in the womb of the mother, and how did you speak to the other babies in the hospital, or when you came across, you could not see, you can hardly smell, or do smell a little bit, but how did they know you are superior, inferior, or they're going to be afraid of you, or they're going to be a good playmate? These are, if you can go back, because once you are born, you get involved in the life of physicality. In the womb of the mother, you still have the non-dimensional tangibility. So, if any of you can find what languages babies speak in the womb of the mother, or when they are next to each other and have no language, no sense of light, or what you call it, color or language, how do they speak to each other? They respect each other's position and place. How come some babies, even in the first days, the minute you bring them to somebody or somewhere, they cry? They don't see. How do they create their emotion in respect to smell? They smell, or do they see that we are not aware of that have a vision? Or do we create a wrong field that the detectable senses picks up this is wrong for me? So I cry that I don't get touched because I don't want that energy to be absorbed in my body. Then you find how you can try to reply, and whatever else you want to do. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Yes.
Hey, this is Emilio from Taiwan. Mario just asked my question, but I would like to ask a follow-up question.
Yes. Why
A
don't
few
you
friends.
ask me a question and let him answer it, then we listen.
Well, I think this is a little bit administrative, so.
Okay, no problem. Carry on.
A few friends of mine ordered the booking for Dubai on the day of the workshop that you first announced it.
Yeah.
And a few days afterwards, then the website got changed to add for the lunch and tea and for the
Yeah.
banquet at night. And we already wired the money over before this came out. So I don't know
you
how
add
we
those to it and pay for those.
Okay, so will we use another booking number? Because I don't want to have.
Yeah, no problem, because there is a beautiful lady in the background called Ella.
I can definitely help with that as well. Yeah, just
Vince,
definitely.
you're awake. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm here in the background. Sorry. If you already ordered your tickets, and you want to go in and you want to, you got the new options. Just create a new invoice, and even if though you've already paid, then we can work out the difference in the price and get that updated for you.
Okay.
The credit that the amount that you've already paid will be just applied to your account, and then we will just watch for the payment, the differentiation payment. So,
okay.
Thank
you,
I
Vince.
would also suggest at the same time that you go through our support center and just make a submission of a ticket to the customer service area so that they are aware of what's happening, because there's more than one person working in that department.
Yes.
So that they can make everybody aware, and everybody gets the same information, and they will contact you if they need any more information.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Thanks, Vince. Thank you.
No problem.
And Mr. Kesh, I have a question about GANs, if I may.
Yes. You have the scientist of cancer. Arman is there. I'm an amateur. These are professors there.
Sorry, I just seen a question in the chat here. Can I just say one more thing here?
Sure.
You have to have your full ticket paid for before the vetting will commence. So please be aware of that. Your ticket has to be paid for.
We are telling you something. We've seen the bookings. We're gonna explain very soon. We put a limitation on it because of the security reasons. So what we've seen is coming up with what we call the red circles, or what I call the terrorists of the internet. And we have decided with our security and authorities to more or less control the whole situation. We'll announce more about this. We have made the venue very secure. We have made changes. The principle is to meet, to be here to meet, and to be secure. And those of you who come, please make sure, bring with you whatever you want to show us. You will find the people are hungry to learn and to share. Okay, ask us the GAN's question and somebody will answer you. I'll keep very quiet.
Okay, thank you. I've noticed that since I live in a more rural area, my CO2 GANs production, no matter if I use a DC source or just connect it directly without any extra electricity, I don't get a lot of GANs. I almost get no GANs. I have the amino acids on top, but nothing happens. But my friends who live...
Change the salinity of your water.
But I have. I've used different types of water, different types of salts, and different percentages. Whereas my friends living in the city get a lot of CO2 right away. It would take me over a month.
Too much of it is sitting. Have you heard of global warming?
Yes, I have.
Too much fuel. So move into the city for a day with your box and move out after you made it.
Okay, so I will have to adjust the salinity.
Will be very interesting for our Chinese friends from who are listening. We are in China. We are with you very soon. Hopefully, we've been told that our documentation should be in order in the next 24 hours, 48 hours.
Hmm.
Come from wherever you come from, China, Taiwan, or Hong Kong, and bring
Mhm.
your knowledge with you. Share it with us. We try to stay as what they call it. I know there's going to be some sort of restriction, but we try to share and
Mhm.
bring knowledge in the Far East to show us. They're going to announce the presentation in China. There's a lot of requests from us. Why don't you move the Dubai Fair into China?
Hmm.
Why can't we do everything in China? I said the people have already booked, but there is a lot of requests to do instead of two presentation in a matter of 1 month to one presentation. That we bring the PeaceCon, what they call the conference in Dubai, into China. Cannot be done. I wish it could be done, but we most probably do a conference in Africa sometimes in May, June. We try to energize the forces that we can go ahead with sharing of the knowledge. When you come, bring everything with you. We most probably will do a presentation in Ghana in the coming months or two. If we can get it done sometime in May, June. And we will go through different countries, try to encourage. I try to encourage once we go through this situation with the US, most of the Keshe Foundation team, core teams, to move around the country, to move around the world, to bring. We will allow the what I call the core members of the Keshe Foundation, being our only lady Lisa in the 12 members, and the others, to go around the world to start teaching, enhancing and encouraging the teaching, and the foundation will support all these things. The reason being is, as becoming a family, we see a lot of people write to us, they can't afford being in the way, or they can't afford a flight or whatever. We are reconsidering a lot of things to be correct and equal in all directions and dimensions. So the ones of you who book, we announce very shortly we're going to close the doors because of what we have to do in respect to what we have to do in respect to what I call internet terrorism. The biggest problem for us is to share knowledge. You know, yesterday I gave an interview to a well-known channel and it was refused to be broadcasted because it was too close to what they call the elections in the United States. We should not be in the position that they decide if they broadcast or they don't. So this is the step we are taking further to allow you be part of us. That these meetings with us, we had a meeting last year in Rome. We had a meeting last year in the opening of Italian center. Now we have a meeting here in Dubai. We promised last year in April of next year, we will be, by April of next year, if the Chinese can organize a meeting in China, we'll be there. And it's been organized. Try to organize, and the Keshe Foundation team will be there. Some of us will be there because this brings a lot of connections and interactions. Yesterday I saw a link on Facebook somebody sent. The number of locations Keshe Foundations are in Germany with the green little balloons is amazing. Keshe Foundation in Germany is huge. We see the same thing across the world. We as a family have become a force, and you should not be coming to a location just to be once or twice a year. The teaching starts in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully the teaching group in the background, the Italians are ready to start their teaching, hopefully, and the Chinese will be by the time I get to China, hopefully. And we start teaching. And the teaching has to go very, very rapidly. But they start teaching away some of you who are more educated in the structure, not only the GANs and nano making, but the emotional interaction. what we start teaching now, the real true space technology. This is important. So try to make these conferences that you share knowledge. You share knowledge in respective of coming. I have issued a strong warning to our people because we expect we are in the verge of a huge disaster. And we have to be there. Our team, the Keshe Foundation in the background, is getting ready to be on a standby. If disaster hits any of your areas, your first port of call should be Keshe Foundation. We respond. We're trying to localize as many people to know where the Keshe Foundation supporters are, that in time of need, we support each other, pens, pads, or whatever. We have today 10,000 pens ready in our factory in Italy to be shipped at any time to any destination of disaster. This is what I promised. I'm building it up. We will have a large number of pads for emergency, whatever, to be shipped anywhere in the world. We're just adding. We just started a year and we're just adding to the stock. So try to do these conferences to teach, to learn more from each other, but we try to do as many that it becomes known to have meeting of the Keshe Foundation people around the world to teach and to go on. So we see you in most probably Beijing. We see you most probably in Shanghai in the coming weeks. We will see you in 2 or 3 different locations in China. We surely will be in Shenzhen with our people, and we'll see you in Dubai. But try to find a way, and we are trying to accommodate a way that all these teachings can be shared internationally. But as you understand, I keep on explaining, these people who are what I call member of the Red Circle, and himself, they've been making a lot of threats. They've been making a lot of hidden emails, 3,000-4,000 of them flooding, and then they just start looking, why so with this suddenly? They're not the stupid security people, are most intelligent people. So now we are sussing out the other things, putting it together. If you like, make it these kind of emails to Beijing, see if the Chinese government will come and shake hands with you very soon. We announced the venues in China by the Chinese community, because it's done by them. And then we'll see if you can make all these threats that you do with every others. The only people who listen to you is your own pedophiles in Belgium, which is part of your government. And we will respond to it. Please make sure you do not keep any contacts, if you're a correct person, with the people of the Red Circle, because you are under observation, and I've warned you in advance. You have to answer why you are in contact with pedophiles. They are proven, the communication, and in fact, the strange thing is what we understand, even the habits of what they do with the children is getting recorded on these computers. So you have to answer why you're in touch with these people. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. We are watching. When we told you, thought it's a joke. Now has taken a shape. So one of the most strongest man for 30 years nobody could handle, just took his own life. Well, it was too much to know what his habits were for the rest of the public. We have to finish today at what I call 5 o'clock, due to the commitments we have internationally. And we have 20 minutes of it.
Hi, Mr. Keshe. I just arrived. It's
Hi.
Renan.
Hi, Renan. How are you?
Hi, sir. Doing great, sir. Just been to the radio station today to discuss the different updates for the masses here in our city, and as well as the neighboring cities in the area. So we just announced the different blueprints in a way that soon now they will be inviting the Keshe Foundation Philippines. Will be moving to different islands in the area to present the blueprints that have been discussed already. So it will be, there were many invitations from the public masses, which because the radio station is for the masses, so we present it in our dialect. And we have already have a group, one in other island was also building the pens and patches as well, so is also prepared. And right now we have also reached another island in Bohol, and also Davao has been reached already. And slowly we're gonna reach
You know,
different islands.
you sound like conquerors. We conquered this, but your conquering is sharing knowledge, which is totally different.
Yes, sir. It's like
When I
sharing.
listen to you, before was we conquered, we took them, we take this, and we win. Now you go to share. It shows how life has changed, huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. You sound like a chief of command. We're taking this island. Now we are moving to the other one, and all we are doing is sharing knowledge and happiness and joy and taking pains away. It's very nice. Thank you
Very
very
enjoying, sir.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Brennan, the reason I was looking for you at the beginning was I would like you to show the video which is on the YouTube where it shows the rotation of the GANs. You said you have it. Is it handy with you?
I look at it, sir, in my computer, so I think it's not it was not downloaded. So I'm looking on my history right now just to check
Could you
which
have it by
video.
Thursday for us, please?
Yes, sir. I'll prepare it on Thursday. So I've seen some of the videos, but it's not. I didn't save it. I think it was just saved in my histories in the YouTube watch. So I'll be picking it out to see that rotation.
Yeah, we need to do. There's a lot of them people show. We would like to bring these in now because if you understand it, allows you to create a rotation in your plasma and create a counter flow rotation that it leads to the left and gravitational and magnetical field in a plasmatic way.
Okay, sir. I'll prepare the video by Thursday.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Rick, you had something you wanted to tell us.
Yeah, I can read an email, or it's from Facebook, but it's like an email. I wanted to get your opinion on how...
Can I say something? Maybe we should do something else.
Okay.
I have to leave in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's important for us to leave. We explain to you later on what's the purpose of this. Just I have to leave. Why don't you lot carry on with the workshop? You don't need to stop. What are you going to do if I die tomorrow in an accident? Workshops has to carry on. So just because I leave, don't stop, carry on. And when you think is enough sharing internationally together, then take a rest. Are you ready for that?
Okay. Well.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. Well, I'll just post this so that people.
Is this turned into the 7th Knowledge Seekers Workshop slash the Plasma Reactor Group? Is this what we're going to turn this into?
Pardon? Oh yes, why not? I learn more from you.
It is Tuesday.
I learn more from you in those workshops than I learn in my teaching. They bring everything there. I come there to learn.
I think the usual group is probably in this group too, so speak up, people.
Okay, carry on.
Hello, guys. I just wanted to share something. This is Brett. Kesh mentioned using the meter to measure the energy from your skin. Me and Vince did this maybe 2 years ago. I don't know exactly when we did it, but if you get your emotions right, you can do it and you can see the change. I can change my physical skin texture at will, and I was using that to do that also and measure the change. So
I remember having my...
You're a lizard, Brett. You're not even... You're from what planet? Zeus? Maybe next door neighbor?
We'll find out, won't we?
Oh, we have enough time. Carry on. Yeah.
I remember having the probes inside of my mesh while I was coding, and I was able to change my emotion and change the reading as well.
Oh my God. Now the truth is coming out. So we go back. We have geniuses. You got to come back and start teaching.
I got webmastering to do, Mr. Kesh.
Oh, yeah, but
And we know what I have to do, which is I just can't even.
That's worse.
Could be.
Yeah, he masters something else for us. Okay, Brad. Thank you very much. Okay, Rick, would you like to tell us what it is, and then we carry on?
Okay. Well, this was a note from Celestine. She says, "Good morning." Let me just make sure my audio's okay. Good morning. My name is Celestine. I'm a single mother from South Africa. I know that the chances of Mr. Kesh is very slim that he will ever read this letter himself, as I do understand that he receives a lot of mail every day. I have a passion for humanity since I was a little girl, and all I have ever wanted was to set humanity free, as it did not make sense to me how we allowed ourselves to become enslaved and do nothing about it. Since I first became aware of Kesh, I have seen a new world and a new way of living for all people to be free. I want to make a change and fight for what I believe in, if I must, and therefore I want to join the Kesh Foundation in any way I can, and I believe I can help make a change in this world we live in with Kesh by my side. Is there anything, please, that I can do? I want to be part of this. It is a passion I have that I cannot describe to help us move into a direction of freedom for all. I am qualified at nothing, but I have experience in many fields as sales, marketing, and more. Yes, I need a job too, and now I have an opportunity to do something I love and believe in. Please, Mr. Kesh, please will you consider me? I will get your technology throughout South Africa to the rich and the poor and to all other countries. I will put everything that I am into making a difference. Please, Mr. Kesh, and thank you, from Celestine, with love and light and all for one. So I'm wondering, Mr. Kesh, how would you like to respond to that appeal? And this is not an exceptional person. There's many people out there in a similar circumstance. They don't have very much, but they're certainly willing to devote their lives to this technology transfer.
The thing is, the only answer we have: become part of the Kesh Foundation team. Become part of the Kesh Foundation team in South Africa, or ask our African colleagues. You have link up with Alex, link up with Benjamin, link up with Dr. Houghton, which is now going back to Kenya, and link up with a lot of it. We open southafrica.keshfoundation.org, and then find out what you can do with your own people in where you are. We're trying to encourage language speaking, that so we can bring in the name of the sections of this planet that we can talk and help each other where we are. At the moment, there is a huge need for solidity in certain sections of the world. I'll be visiting some of the what I call part of the world in the coming year. We had the opportunity. It was fantastic. We discussed this before with some of our friends in the past few days, and Carl and I, we were talking. We put more or less 15 years of our life building the structure, and now we moved away from the structure. We are 2 months away in Dubai now, away from where we was the heart of the operation, and we see the family is so strong enough that it will survive. We become part of holding it together till actually the baby walks, which takes into space for us. And on the other hand, it's so big. You are one family, you become one nation. It should not be to me, but if you put your hand out to the Keshe Foundation South Africa, you'll find out there are thousands of you. In South Africa, there is a huge need. It's been stripped of every asset which it could be stripped of in the name of color of the man. Maybe we can make a change, but it's not a matter of easy conduct. In Africa, we support heavy, we invest heavy, we put a lot of effort into Africa. We do the same with India in the coming time. But where you are, go back. Vince will set up Africa or South Africa at .cashfoundation.org, and we try to support African nations with someone who can help to set up their pages that they can just enter, talk to each other and teach. And there are a lot of supporters in South Africa. We gotta find out where you are, that where we can put somebody near you that collectively can change a lot of things. Alex is doing it. Alex is literally changing the whole structure of Nigerian Cash Foundation work. As farming, as teaching, as people, and I've seen others like him in Nigeria seeing it, are doing it. And it's become people teaching each other. And in South Africa, there is a lot of room. I hope I can support, but we have to rely on the other members of the Cash Foundation to be there. We are moving away from what I call being in control and being in charge. Then you are in control and you are in charge. You decide how you're going to do it. We have seen abuses in the recent past by those who came close to the foundation and literally stole from the foundation in a very, very, very strange ways. You got to remember, when you join the foundation, when you join to become a member of your own country as one nation, the only person you can steal from is you and nobody else. Because the rest are giving, because what they're giving they don't miss. So if you're in South Africa, try to find other South Africans who can be with you, part of you, or be put in touch with the people who have contact with South Africa to bring people together. We try, if you can forward this, I know we need to make a group so that people can get in touch with each other. SouthAfrica.cashfoundation.org. We got to put something in it that you can add to it, and then you start building it up. I always said Africa is one of the richest continents by knowledge and by wealth of wisdom of understanding the totality. The rest of the world has got too busy with material board. We'll try to see how we can help you, and we'll see where we can go.
Mr. Kesh, there's a group in South Africa that I started working with. I'll get a meeting with them and then get with Vince and organize some stuff better for her to get in contact with them.
Please, thank you very much. You got to understand, Vince, Brett is handling all the Cash Foundations worldwide. The Cash Foundation's management is in the hand of very competent men. Thank you very much, Brett.
Can people use the contact form in order to connect with their country's Cash Foundation, the people and other groups and so on? Or do we have a means for connecting people in groups now?
Not yet. That'll be in the when the websites come on board. Then it'll have the connections.
When would this window will be up? When would this window will be up?
In the coming days and weeks,
months or years.
Okay. In the meantime,
6 months we've been waiting for that, Vince.
Yeah, that's no good. So in the meantime, can people use the contact form to get a hold of people?
Let me explain to you something very interesting. We noticed this 2 days ago in the Australian teaching group. Australian announced everywhere that they're going to be teaching, and we found out somebody who had nothing to do with Australia turned up. And then when we start asking question, disappeared. Is any of the Australian group online who can tell us? So be careful when you got these people coming online and where they are from, you know who you are communicating with. Please, in these teaching classes, these are what we call part of the red circle. It was a Belgium. Strange enough, it was a Belgium, and it just disappeared. So please be careful. Or we wondered what is a Belgium doing in the South African connection, in what they call it, Australian teaching. And when I asked the question, we never heard anything, and it was disappeared. Make sure on these teachings, even here, do not pass any telephone numbers, do not pass any emails and that kind of thing that they can hack your computer.
I also brought in Vactang. I think he was at the meeting last night. Is that right, Vactang?
Pardon? Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, but you're very low. We have to go. I have to leave, gentlemen. Yes.
Yeah, there's people coming in. Sometimes they come in from Mexico, sometimes they come in from other countries. But it's hard to tell who's there for good
You're
reason.
all welcome, but be careful in these meetings. Do not pass your numbers and emails and find out your computer gets whacked out.
Okay, so we have to let let Mr. Kesh go now. I know he has a very pressing appointment.
Yeah, this is important. We'll explain to you why and what's the background to it. You will understand. There's a lot of changes coming on. We teach tomorrow to the what I call the first year and 3-year course, and we'll see you on Thursday morning. And again, I'll go back to where I started. Thank you very much for standing by us during the troubled time we went through with this group of criminals abusing children. We suffered heavily, totally. We paid a lot of our education lines disappeared, and it was well organized by them. And as I said to the security people, how come the day they complained to the live stream that our live stream came down, PeaceWiki came, the Wikipedia of my name came down too. So it shows these people are very powerful, and they had connections in powers to do it, and now they're gone. So please stay put. Do not listen to all these jumbles which is going on, because these are all the diversions we don't need. Our target is to achieve world peace, and our target is to bring about distribution of the knowledge equally. You see today we have from every corner of the world. We have from Argentina, we have from Switzerland, we have from Africa, we have from Taiwan. Now we share knowledge and we trust each other. There is no shouting, there is no howling, there is nobody jumping anywhere. We work like a peaceful nation, peaceful family, and keep it that way. Thank you very much for today. Carry on, don't shut up because I have one. Don't shut the shop. The shop has got a lot to sell.
What if I keel over in the meantime?
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to carry on with this 7th International Knowledge Seekers Workshop, and for some period of time here.
I want to thank you, Rick, because you have really been holding the fort for so long. And Mr. Kesh, thank you too. But Rick, without you, where would any of us be? So thank you for all that you do. And I could easily make this into the plasma reactor group because it's just so hard to stop. It's so much fun, but I do know people have, time to do their things. But thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Libby. Yes, there will be the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group, as it's called, which is the group that I started about 3 years ago, to invite people in that are experimenters and those who are following through with the teachings and so on, so we could communicate together. And every Tuesday night that occurs. There's links for that in my Facebook, Mr. Fix-It Rick, and in some of the other channels like in Skype and so on. And it has been quite a journey in the last 3 or 4 years, let's say, of the intensity of working with the Kesh Foundation more closely. And it's been a wonderful journey, and now it's to the point where no one of us is really more important than anyone else as far as that goes.
No, it's all a team. It's a team effort here.
That's right.
And actually, that's a good point to bring up a team. So I don't want to interrupt you, but you brought up the progression from 3-4 years ago. I would, unless you have anybody working on it, I would like to ask to see if anybody is able to do a short video for us to show that progression over the years. Do you have anybody working on something like that, or could somebody volunteer their time to be able to do that?
That would be a good idea.
Because there's many videos out there. We have the Plasma Reactor group, and I think every single or almost every public teaching is on the YouTubes. Is that correct, Rick?
Pretty much, yes. There's a few holes, but it's generally out there.
So, I mean, I would say that we have such a good support that people can try to come together and make us, as for Rick, really, it would be a present for Rick, which would be a collage of what we've done and the progression over the last couple of years, and just a couple of minutes and see where it goes. I would like to see something like that. I think Rick would enjoy something like that as well.
Yeah, I even thought of putting one together myself, but my back and arm won't agree to that.
You've done it enough, Rick. That's 4 years now that you're doing it and editing and everything else, and people can take over.
Yeah, I actually enjoy doing the editing of videos, but I just don't have much time for it right now. My body doesn't like to do that kind of work, so that's the way it goes. We need a video team to be able to do more of this kind of thing, to cut short videos. Like this teaching today, there's several parts of it that could be cut out and made into specific videos, maybe a 5 or 10 minute video, which is much more likely to go viral than a 3 or 4 hour video. I've never seen a 3 or 4 hour video go viral unless it's very, very heavily promoted. But I've seen lots of 2-minute videos go viral. So this is what we need, is to be able to introduce some viral videos out there and get the teaching out, get more of an audience brought into it, into the Keshe Foundation umbrella.
Like Walter's idea, best of 2015.
Yes, and 2014 and 2013 has some good ones too. I think even 2012 did, in spite of its reputation. Well, we can carry on here with various
teachers. Now is the now, and obviously a team has to be created. And you piqued my curiosity because I do love playing, but I have limited. I use Movie Maker to make my videos, and so I'm again learning technology. But if there are others who are listening or on the board, please let's try to connect in some way. So that we can do it together, because I think that would be a really, really good project.
Well, I think that would be a good place for the community, for the community aspect of the Keshe Foundation to get together. We do have the community.keshe Foundation.
That's a good point, Vince. In fact, there is
bring everybody together that way. Yeah.
There is an audio-video group there that I formed as well, and people could join up there and just start some conversation. Just start, saying, what can we put together, and get some ideas generated, brainstorming, get active.
This all goes back to the basics, right? We have all these teachings, this knowledge that's there. There's many hours. I see a lot of people don't have the time to spend to listen to it all, and they like to get just the little blurbs that piques more of their interest, or lets them learn a little bit more. And having the little bits, things like that can go around and be shared, increases again the people that pique their interest and want to know more. So that's the ultimate, I think, goal behind it, is to have something easily shared and easily able to pique the interest of other people. And for you, Rick, happy birthday.
A little premature, but that's fine. I'll take birthday greetings anytime I can. Well, it's true, and you know, you don't have to have fancy software and a full group behind you to do viral videos. That's for sure. I've proven that to myself many years ago when I started my YouTube site, and just with a simple camera and iMovie, was able to make viral videos. You just have to be inspired and do it and get your message of inspiration out into the world. And
well, it's not necessarily editing either.
That's right.
You know where to go in the video if you want to take 30 seconds or 2 seconds out of this point and or whatever. You need to know where to go to edit that out and put it into another place. And just having that research is a good thing and helps a lot.
Yeah, it's mostly having an idea to start with that you want to project, and like I say, if you want to make something viral, it has to be only at the most 3 minutes long. Anything more than that, you're going to lose audience, like exponentially. So, and you can definitely get a good point across in 2 minutes. And if you can't, well, then you're biting off too much of a point to try to get across, probably. But I really encourage people to do more of these 2-minute bonsai videos and just focus on one particular item and you know, get some emotion behind it, get it out there. It's great fun, anyways. Okay, so we do have a little presentation, perhaps, that I've been asked to show here from the Chinese folks on nanomaterials, and perhaps we could take a little journey into that for a few minutes here. I'm wondering if Max is here, and Yen Cheng Lui. Max, are you able to speak there? I see your, I'll try to unmute you and see if you're able. Hello?
Hi, Rick. Yes, I can hear. Yeah. But I'm not sure whether Liu is online. Maybe you could ask him.
Okay. Liu. Yen Cheng Liu, are you online? And if so, you can put up your hand if you're in one of the viewers, and I can promote you to a panelist. There's 2 people with Chinese writing. I'm not sure who they are, if they can even understand me. So hopefully that's the case. I suppose I could show it anyway. It's nanomaterial stuff. Perhaps we have some other things we could speak of and do this on Thursday as well. So I'd like to have him speak about it if he's here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Well, let's have a look at it then. I'll bring it up on. Okay. So briefly, this is, as it's titled, the study of different pulse waves and production of nano-coated copper, and how it affects the directivity or polarization and growth of the coating. So, would you like to begin with this? Yen, can I call you Yen?
Yes, okay. I use 2 production of the nano-coated. One is the hard caustic film, and one is the cold caustic way. And I use 2 pulse way, and one is diagonal pulse and vertical pulse. Yes, there's the pulse. I use the voltmeter and to the 200 millivolts, and as you can see in the diagram, I just use this to pulse. The top is diagonal pulse, and the the, the bottom is vertical pulse. So can go down. Thanks. And I use the SEM to analyze. The number one is hard caustic theme, and there's no more, and no any pulse, just no more. Just you can see in the.
Sorry,
You
Ian,
were
we
quicker than I
had to
was.
mute everyone. Can we get Ian? Can you open your microphone again there, or can we do it, Vince? I'm not sure where he even is there.
I was looking, going, what was that background noise? And you were quicker than I was. So thanks, Rick.
Okay, which of your microphones, Yen, was it? You have two of them there. I'm assuming it's the one without the camera, so I'll unmute that. Can you speak there now? Maybe it's the other one. I'll unmute the other one and mute that one. Can you speak now? Okay, we can hear you now. Sorry about that. All the microphones came on for some reason there, so go ahead. Yeah, we're in the middle of the hot caustic steam here.
Yeah, this is no more. I don't put any pulse. Yes, you can see the lattice. See is you can keep going and let's see all and see the conclusion. Then we go back to
You want to see the diagonal ones here first?
no you can
you want to go back.
No, you can go. You just go down and let everyone see the pictures. Then we discuss.
Okay.
Yeah. And in the end, I have the conclusion.
So those are the hot caustic pictures. Now we have the cold caustic. This is normal without any pulse. It's the same thing blown up. This is with the diagonal pulse. And the vertical pulse. And there's your conclusion, which says hot caustic has more lattices which are more closely compared to cold caustic. And the diagonal pulse is better than the vertical pulse because it is comprehensive for a nano-coated copper plate. Okay, maybe you could describe that or talk about that a little bit.
Yes, about the hot caustic has more lattice, which are more closely compared to cold caustic. You can go up to the hot caustic. No pause, please.
So are you saying don't use pulse? What exactly do you recommend? I don't understand.
Just use the voltmeter. Yeah, you can see there are more. The lattice is more closely. Then you can see the cold caustic go down. See the cold caustic.
What do you mean by lattice? What that word means? What's the
Means the Just a moment.
The networking, maybe?
Which one is better?
Better for what?
That's what I want to know, because I see a picture, but doesn't tell me nothing.
Well, what are you designing that you want it better for?
The better is diagonal, and the better production is hard caustic steam. I haven't done the fire coating yet.
Like this one here you're talking about. No, that's the vertical.
Yeah, this one.
The vertical?
The diagonal.
Diagonal.
Yeah. This is the better.
And when you say diagonal, you mean what exactly?
Means
You go
the pulse way. You can see the
Diagonal
pictures.
through the plate.
Sorry, my English is not isn't good. So
No, you're doing fine. So the diagonal pulse would be from one corner of the plate to the kitty corner, like at the other end, and the vertical being up and down through the diameter.
yes. I use the voltmeter to pulse. So give a pulse to the nanocoated copper plate.
Mm-hmm. And what kind of pulse did you give? How often?
Just once. I just used once.
Oh, just one. You applied it for a few seconds once?
Yes.
I see. Wow, that made quite a change then. Okay, what else can you say about this? You figure that this is the best, the diagonal pulse, because it's more the particle. There's more edges. There's more of a network. More
comprehensive.
Comprehensive. Okay.
Yeah. You can see the change of the lattice. This is the after the pulse, the lattice change. And if you don't have any pulse, you can go up, please. If you don't give any pulse, the lattice is like this. Yeah, it gives a lot of gape. So if you can go carry on.
They're like blobs or round spheres, as opposed to all the edges of the. There's a lot more edges available. It's much more angular.
More crystalline.
That's the word. Thank you. Yes, that's right. Exactly.
Stop. Go up. You can see the picture on the top. Oh, no. Go down. Yes, this. You can see the picture on the top. You can see the top. There's a little black. There is the pulse didn't go through that way. So the letters didn't change it. Just like the black one, just like the normal pulse, just no pulse. Yeah, you can go up. You can see the black one is you can go up. Yeah, just like this. They didn't have any pause to the field didn't go and the lattice didn't change. That's what I understanding.
Okay.
What I want to say is, if you want to give a pause, just make sure the field can comprehend every nano coated material. Yeah, that's all.
So how about to apply that pulse not just at 2 points, but on 2 edges? So
2 edges.
with an electrode which is enough wide to apply on the both edges instead of just applying just a point.
You're talking about the left and right side of this plate here, for example. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Or top
I
and
think
bottom,
it's
say?
same as the diagonal pause.
Yeah.
Yes.
So perfect uniformity still we can't get, but we can improve the uniformity of that direction. It's not so much important for the plates which we use for creating GANs, but it's more important when we make reactors. Today it's important to have a uniformity to help the flow of the energy and to not have areas which would work each against other. These are very beautiful, valuable pictures. We have seen similar pictures from Bulgaria, from Mr. Veselin Velichkov, who works at the Bulgarian Academy. Unfortunately, we had no information about what kind of polarization they used or not used. He only shown comparison between caustic coated and flame coated. But this is very valuable when we have documented exactly the process, how it was made.
Would you be able to do some more tests like this, Jan? Do you have access to the equipment that you can take more pictures?
Yes, but I need time.
Yes.
It takes time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you very much.
No,
Great contribution. Great contribution.
I'm intrigued by this one, actually. I think that's an amazing structure. It's got so many holes and little places and so on. And yet it's got kind of an even texture at the same time.
It's more fragile to me.
More fragile, but will collect more fields, perhaps. It'd be really interesting to see what some of our surfaces look like under this kind of system.
There's no fire nano coating there, so we can compare. This is only caustic, right?
Right.
Yes. But I will do the fire coating after.
Be so interesting to see if that's what the sun and the rain and the cold temps at night are doing to my coils.
Yeah, it would be good to see what kind of surface that promotes.
By the way, are these beautiful pictures available somewhere in public? It would be great to share with in other workshops which you do in other languages.
Are you talking to me or the Lugo with the pictures of?
Sorry, I was still talking about these microscopic pictures.
Okay, anything else on that, or shall we move on to something else?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So, I'm assuming we can use these pictures anywhere we wish and so on. There's no copyright on them, so correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, what else do we have for questions or contributions?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, a little bit. It's a bit low, but go ahead.
Yeah, hello everybody. This is Asa from the United States. Earlier I had a question in regards to our bodies and the inertia Mr. Kesh was talking about, and about not eating, basically only having your body GANs. Well, what about the, I mean, the toxins that a lot of our livers, you know, have built up in us? I mean, things like that, or things like, well, I like, well, even the amalgam fillings and stuff like that. Surely that's going to affect a person trying to keep their fields, you know, pure, I guess. Would it not, or is that even relevant?
How much has it affected you just so far? Like, for example, I just had several teeth out, and I feel better because of that.
Well, right. Well, see, this is what I'm wondering if, I mean, if it can prevent you from having more potential. You know what I mean? Because even me myself, I have these stupid amalgam fillings, and I've been looking at getting them taken out. But holistic dentist seems to be about the most safe way to do that. You know. So I guess I was curious about all of that. You know. Surely that's got to. I mean, it just makes sense to get stuff out of you.
Yeah, well, that's part of what happens when, sorry, you're going to have to mute you. There's so much feedback coming through. You'll have to get a microphone or something there. It's way too much feedback happening.
Can I answer?
Go ahead, Levy.
Well, the mercury that's in this amalgam is also part of all the elements on this planet. And we have been taught to be fearful of it, and as well we should. But we can also transmute it. I mean, we are amazing beings. It's just this, that's matter, and we are beyond matter. We just have it in our physicality. But you really have to believe in yourself. And despite everything, we're transmuting. And we really are. And so just take that fear and work with it. It's a
That's
fear.
true. That's true. There is this thing, though, of the matter level materials being inside of our GANs level bodies. And for example, it was brought up, let me see, earlier today. It was earlier today with in the teaching about that GANs has to be in the body, so that Douglas, for example, was talking about the titanium screws in his back, and how he just found out recently that they have to be nano-coated, in other words, titanium oxide, in order to be compatible with the body. You can't just stick in ordinary titanium, because the body immediately tends to react with any matter level stuff. It's not supposed to be matter level stuff inside the body. So I do wonder about these amalgam fillings, in the sense that they are pretty much as matter level as it gets, and wondering how that would affect us. You know, perhaps if we were in certain types of spaceship conditions, let's say.
Hard one to answer. answer. It's true. I don't know the answer, but I got a mouthful too. But slowly they're falling out. So good for you. Thank you again. Okay, one more gone. Yay!
Yes, it's
And
actually a good thing toward the end of our lives when we start losing teeth, perhaps.
yeah. So there's that. Thank you again. But we are transmuting to really believe in each other and ourselves. It's so important because this information Kesh is telling us is inside of us. It's just we've forgotten. And we are more than what we think we are.
Yes, right on, Libby. Good reminder. Okay, what else do we have here? Heather Bryant, do you have something you want to say or bring up? Let's see, where are you? You viewer? There you are. I'll promote you to panelist, see if you want to speak. Go ahead if you wish.
Okay, it looks like I am unmuted.
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, hello. Wonderful. I am new to the Zoom meeting, so I'm looking how to reduce my screen, but I'm a physical therapist in the United States. Been working in healthcare and alternative medicine for quite a while, and boy, am I loving this. Just been listening since November like everybody else. So new
Great.
concepts that I can see so many ways that this can meld into, gosh, every field, but healthcare is one of my loves for sure.
Do you have something
And
you want to share there on your screen? I can stop this share and you can
yes,
work that out.
I'm
So
looking at how
the
to
procedure is get whatever you want set up, ready to share on your desktop or whatever it is. Is it a video or is it a picture or what would you like to share, or your own video?
Yeah, why don't I pick one of the Blue Million subjects and we'll try that so I can learn how to interact here. So maybe the recent one that I've been playing with is the food GANs, and I have some pictures of kind of my process, and then asking what would be the next thing to do with what I created to be able to use it.
Okay, so get your
creating.
pictures ready to show, and then you can do the share screen button.
Okay, let me
Stop sharing first so you can.
Okay. And I'm going to share desktop. I've done this on live stream before, so. Okay, let me know.
Yes, we
That
see
did it.
it here.
Okay.
And do make sure you don't have any personal things on your desktop that you don't want to show. It's often better to share a window rather than the desktop, and then you won't share all your desktop stuff. But it should
That's
be
what
okay.
I've attempted to do. I brought up, I put several of the pictures that I might ask things about, so.
Okay,
Are you
good.
seeing
that? Yeah, we can see a cat and some other stuff.
Yeah, that's my very, very simple McGrath that I started back in November, and 6 weeks I left it alone and then tried to hook it back up recently. So up on top, I have the very old capacitors, and out in the garage, I'm making the new capacitors. So I'm going to upgrade that to the battery plasma capacitors. I've got a lot of ideas with healthcare. Obviously, I'm making the health patches. These were made with the C-GANs. When I got back from vacation, I discovered that recipe that we were using for that and got to notice how easy it was to make that. So I made health patches with that. But then I heard on the 6th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, it sounded like maybe that wasn't possibly the best GANs to use because it has so many different things in it. So I would like some feedback on using the C-GANs with the health patches.
Did you try it out yourself and get any results?
I've handed some to a couple of friends just recently in the last few days, and I actually took one to work and slid it in a knee brace just to play with it. But I've not really had anything on my body going on to try it, so haven't
Okay.
had feedback yet. I mean, just barely handed them out. So, has anybody tried that with the CGANs and the health patches?
I have personally.
Okay.
Yeah. I've used it for myself and several other people in various ways.
Mhm.
And yeah, the people didn't, well, yeah, actually, one was my mother, and her pain, her leg went away. There's pain. It also just made people feel, it was like an energy, emotional cleansing effect that was kind of, and a deep, deep feeling of peace. And big emotional cleansing for one woman who had issues. She had a cough, actually, and I knew it was going to just burst open all her emotional stuff related to it, and she had grief coming up to for a while. So I had several results.
Okay, well, thank you. What is your name?
Milena.
Milena, I'm enjoying your conversation. Yeah. Now, since these have more GANs in it than just CO2, they probably have copper oxide and everything else on the planet. So my thought was a precaution with these would be maybe not to use them like above the heart. You know, as he says about copper oxide, not using it on the head area.
Opinions on that from folks who have been closer to the teaching here.
I've been working with the CO2 pain pads, and I have used. I've always made it not as much liquid. I mean, those seem very filled. It's just a little bit of water on a paper towel, and it's the top of the water. It's actually got no real GANs in it, what I make, and they work fantastic. So from what I'm seeing, I don't know what I'm really looking at, but to me it looks, if that's paper towel in that, or is that pure GANs?
It's pure GANs. It's 10
Yeah, well, that's
milliliters.
awfully strong. That's like holding the sun over your heart. You really want to respect what respect. I'm not questioning your respect, but GANs is very powerful, very, very powerful. And I look at it in a homeopathic way. The less is more. So from that, what you have there, you could probably dip that in some water and make from that water, make all kinds of GANs patches for people.
Yeah, that's what Renan does, I believe. He uses the GANs water, and just from a small amount of GANs in the bottom of a container, he just keeps refilling the top water in that container, and he's done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of patches, apparently.
That's like holding the sun in your hands, one of those packs.
That's a good comparison. Yeah. That's the way I understand it, yeah.
Yeah, try that, sister.
You don't need to. Yeah, that's 10 milliliters of GANs with the water that's collected.
Woo! Power. So just lower down. I mean, we are just fragile human beings, and it will have a big impact on people. But if you can filter that seawater out and then put fresh water in, if you can. If not, just the top of the water. Always just the top of the water.
Okay.
You'll be amazed at what you will have. You've got an abundance right there. Just an abundance.
Well, and I was aware of the idea of sandwiching it, like putting one of the CH3 patches between CO2 patches.
Yeah.
And I was thinking with the CGANs, it's got all of that in one.
Yeah, but then that's where we don't really know, as Kesh says. So if you can learn to separate some of it into just pure CO2, well, pure with zinc, or however, that's the thing. It's infinitesimal. And the smaller you mix it, the more effective it can be. This could be a shock to somebody.
Right.
So,
Well, I don't want to. You know, in medicine, it's first do no harm. So I'm taking a step back rather than a step forward until I learn more about the concepts.
Well, I'm so glad you're bringing it into your world. This is perfect because this technology is not. I can
There's so many areas this could be brought into. There's wound care patches. There's sports medicine. There's the old elderly. I mean, my mind just goes into
Yeah, it tends to do that once you find it. It's like, woo, we
It's
can go
in,
here.
I would like to find other people that are in the States that are working towards this and form a team for research and development, because there are so many things.
Oh yes, it's really boundless. It's
We use
the
electric medicine, the biofeedback, all kinds of electrical things, as well as patch type of things, and it could just go into all of those and expand the usefulness of stuff that's been pretty much archaic for the last 50 years in our field, hasn't moved, as far as
well, we know
usefulness.
why. We
And
know
this,
why.
we
So that
do, but
it,
the
this
way
opens those doors. These opens these
yes,
doors. It really
it
does.
will. I
And
see
then
that.
I want to remind you, if I may,
Yep.
that all of this exists already in us.
Yes,
If we just
Melina,
make
I
the
so know that. I
yeah.
so know that, and I see this as and I've asked that question of myself and others, and worked that integrity out. That it is a crutch, it is a permission slip for people to access what's already within them, and I know that so well.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's Libby, by the way,
and
that's
it's a
talking right
useful
now.
step for some people to have that permission slip.
Well, this is the permission slip. This is the technology is reminding us who we really are.
Yes, I so know that, and that's the other reason I've held back with all this, not wanting to jump into it, because I didn't want to do anything that would curb people from that quest. But it does seem like a useful step. I'm just going to kind of go through these. These are my health canons that are in process of being created. I want to get down to the food GANs. Oh, I was seeing those pads being put into stuff like this. Everybody knows the idea of copper is good, and these are in Walgreens.
Mm-hmm.
If we add the GANs to that concept, it's like a concept people are accepting.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or I know we don't need these little sleeves. You can buy the ones at the dollar store and put our patches in it. But I'm just showing that people have accepted that copper is kind of a happy thing for joints.
Yep.
So, okay, so the one I was going to bring was the food GANs. So I have reviewed several people's work on that, and I've got about 10 fruits and about 10 vegetables, everything I could find in the freezer and kitchen and backyard and neighbor's house, and anyways, and blended those. I don't know if these are in order though. Okay, that's another subject. Let me come to this one. So I blended those, and I went through process of putting 1 teaspoon of caustic in with about, I think it was 6 cups of water. I have a video on this on my YouTube channel. And then I broke it down into several washes. I did 2 caustic processes, and then I washed 4 times with distilled water on one set and with rainwater on the other set to try 2 different ways. And so I brought it down to, after the distilling and washing, down into some smaller containers. And my thought is to see this pitcher here. It's a double-walled pitcher. What if we put the product of this in the outside of that double wall and then filled the pitcher with water, right? And then you've got kind of an ongoing Jesus picture of recreating, the nutrient value and energetics of that vegetable mix. Or is there another step involved? I keep hearing people saying, no, you're going to put this GANs in a CO2 collection chamber and then use what you come up from that for the pitcher or for the double-lined container. So that's my question. Is this ready to put in the double-lined container, or is there another process where I need to go to the CO2 creation chambers?
Well, it's a good question that's come up before. Is this actually the GANs, or is this the nano material, which can be then put into the CO2 box and turned into GANs, or influence the fields inside the box to make GANs?
Yes, that is my question. Now that you're asking that would make sense to me, that this is the nano material of the plant, and I haven't really gone to the GAN state until I put it into the CO2 creation chamber.
That's kind of the way I understand that. Can anybody else give some background on that, some data on that for us?
I did post it on the tech questions. There's a lovely Facebook page for tech question fun to see everybody's input come into that and all the resources that they have.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
How about Francois? You got any information on that? I thought you were up on all that. Perhaps.
Well, I think once you do your GANs, you have to wait until all the food is getting from materials to the GAN state. So that's how you get to the GAN state of the food.
That's why I did the caustic twice, because it still kind of looked like blended food. So I did the caustic twice, and it didn't really change it. I kind of expected it to become either clear or less food-like in appearance.
How long
And
did you wait? How long did you wait on it?
Days before it happened.
I may have rushed the process. I think they were overnight.
No, it has to be several days. That came up in the last teaching. That's quite clear. 4 days seems to work good.
Oh,
And
okay.
it should actually dissolve all the material stuff, the physicality, and make it into a gushy ooze. It's
like
more
a clear. Jelly looking.
Yeah, it might still have color to it, but it'll be clear and not have the particles in it so much.
So then I'll take these little vials and then do like a caustic for several days.
Mm-hmm.
And then what comes of that?
Yeah, that would be a good start, I think.
Okay. And then after that, then the next question is, do we take the product of that and put it in the wall of these pictures, or do we make a little baggie and put it in with the CO2 collection chamber and use the water from that, or whatever lands on the bottom from that process in the picture?
That's an excellent question. What do you think about that, Francois?
I haven't tried it myself yet, but I was asking the same question. I believe,
okay.
like you said before, less is better. I'd probably use the water of it and mix it with the GANs of CO2 and CH3, and put it in the tubes.
Okay, so after I make sure I'm understanding this correctly. After I take this little vial and I do my caustic for 4 or 5 days, I take the product of that and just mix that directly with some CO2 GANs, that water and CH3 water that I did in a separate situation.
Yeah, but in my cup, what I want to do is I want to put the GANs of CO2, and it's going to be like a tube inside the cup, and in that vials, I'm going to put all the nutrition that I want to put inside as well, so that the cup will be complete. When people and the body will take whatever it needs.
Yes, that makes sense, because you can do it either way, in like a little test tube inside some water, or you can do it in a double-walled situation, put the water inside.
Depends which cup you use.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay, well, that gives me some more direction on that.
But I would add also the plate, nano-coated plate as well, so to increase. And what I want to do is the GANs that I want to paint it one coat over one coat over one coat, from the strongest to the weakest, to create a field that will go around. And then, since this is going to be inside the cup, it'll take all the food, the feel of the food, and move it around inside the cup.
Okay, so you're going to paint it on these coils? Is that
either coil or a plate? And
plate. Okay.
And both sides I will coat it with the GANs, and then have the GANs on top of it. But first, I'm gonna seal it with the silicone spray, so that it doesn't interact with that doesn't dissolve with the GANs. And then I will add up the GANs on top of it, so to let it react all together, you know, in terms of plasma.
Okay, I've not heard that concept of spraying it with something to keep it separate from the GANs. I'm hearing you. Because like with the coils, we dip them directly in the GANs and let the copper pick up the GANs, or let the caustic pick up the GANs.
I see in the chat here that Mary writes, in the 3-year private class, Jackie put the food nanoparticles in the bottom of the bottle and the CO2 GANS water on the top. The nanoparticles transfer the food energy to the top GANS water. Then he collects the GANS water, puts that in a bag or carries it or wraps it and so on. So again, it's you put the food particles in with some CO2 GANS water, maybe even with CO2 GANS as well, and it should transfer the energy, the fields, into the water.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then use
It's
that.
I'm sorry, it's a modest here. I would just wanted to add, if basically the idea was like you put you mix together food with the caustic to create the nanomaterials, nanoparticles. So you have to wash it out. But if you look, your liquids is reddish color. So some part of the GANs will go away by the washing. So the another way is just by burning the food. When you burn, you transfer all in a liquid. There's some gases you will lose. But if you do like you dry the food first and then you burn. So in this way, you can straight away add those nanomaterials in your CO2. And the question was about to mix with another gases. You definitely have to mix with CO2 because CO2 is the emotional carer. So you have to have this link. About amino acid, I'm not sure because foods have amino acids inside as well. So maybe it would be enough. Maybe still is good to put clear amino acid as a layer to have a connection. Yeah, with your
I don't
own.
know about I don't know about the burning because we say that we don't cook too much of your food because you're losing all your nutrition. So imagine if you burn them, what's left, So I'm not sure about that about the burning the food. I'm not too crazy about that way of doing it. So I don't know what you think, but
Actually, about the energy, you cannot lose. You just transfer to another. When you have a GANs, it's the same nanomaterial which is popped up. So when it's popped up, it's release more energy. That's why we're making in a GANs. So when it's in a nano, it's still in a crystal, not on like in a crystal, but it's sort of packed. So when you pop it up like popcorn, now it's have more fields available. So when you burn, you shrink back to the nano size, and then when you put back to the salt container, you open up it again, and everything is open there. But if you put now those materials in the water and you wash out some out, or if you directly put in the salt water your not washed because there is caustic inside, you will make sea gans or another gases which was being attracted also in that water, but which was not open up because of the field interaction which was being made through by the caustic and the zinc plate. I mean nanoplate and zinc plate.
Yeah, that's all beautiful directions to take the discussion, because I know with all of this stuff, there's a lot of different ways of doing it, right? You just kind of need to know the concepts and how we're stepping down the matter into plasma and then trying to step the plasma back up into something that we can absorb and use.
Yeah, I think both ways should be tried, and then we see what works better.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I guess that's good information on that subject, enough to play with it some more and keep working with it.
And one more thing which I wanted to add, maybe, which would be helpful. Mr. Cash said once, he explained why you're taking all fruit. All what you need is actually seeds. Seeds have everything inside there, all information. If you just play with the seeds, you get the emotion which will feed you.
Right. And well, and then my next awareness also was, if the plain CO2 GANs provides a field of all potentials and possibilities for your body to receive and release whatever it needs, why do we need to use foods and fruits and seeds and things like that? If your body's in that field of that, whatever you want to term it, vacuum, and you drink the water only from a CO2 cup, and your body's able to then have the nutrition and energy that it needs from that, then why do we need to have the matter of the fruits and veggies involved in the process?
Maybe to keep the taste, you know, if you put the fruit like a banana or stuff like that, instead of putting the fruit, you could put the GANs. Maybe we can keep the taste and the smell inside your water.
I think Douglas was talking about, he does that by just sitting his apple on top of his nanoplated CO2 life cup, and then the water assumes the flavor and the, not texture or anything, but at least the flavor and the scent of the apple, and that's just this plain CO2 GANs.
Yeah, but if you have the GANs, you don't need to carry the apple or the fruit by himself, because the fruit won't stay good forever. So maybe the GANs will stay longer.
Right. Well, I guess that's what I'm saying about this process is a lot of work, and you know, you're going to have a picture that's going to create fruit essence and energy, and a picture that's going to create veggie fruit essence and energy. But do you even need to do that when you have a CO2 cup that's going to give you all potentials and possibilities, nutrients and energies that your body requires, and lets you pull that in from the plasma field, you know?
Those are the questions we ask ourselves. We're all exploring this. This is brand new. And so your work helps us see that maybe we don't need to do this. Or how
Also, everybody's on different levels and has different requirements, and you can't just paint a broad brush over everything and say everyone needs this health cup. Mr. Kesh was quite specific in the health cups. He didn't even want to give out the idea of the health cup initially, because it gets too specific to people, and you know, he creates a health cup specifically for certain ailments, and everybody that I know seems to have some ailment or some weakness of their own, so they would need something to balance that weakness. And I'm not sure if a health cup with giving someone everything is necessarily the answer. It's
right. It goes with their evolution and awareness level and acceptance level. You know, what permission slip can they accept, right?
Exactly.
There's the breatharians that they, you know, are aware that they don't need a cup.
Yeah, and if you were to give them the wrong thing, it could throw them way off, because they're so sensitive and so finely tuned to their environment. Whereas a lot of...
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was seeing a website where we would have different levels of places people could order from, okay, depending on their level of acceptance. Like, you know, page 1, you can order an apple or an orange. Page 2, you can order, you know, this type of a thing. And page 3, you can order a cup. Page 4, it's an awareness that you don't need to order any of this stuff. You can just become it, you know. And it gives them an idea, hey, you know, this is what resonates with me, so this is what I would either create or order, right?
Well, that's true. We should have a multi-dimensional ordering page. Really makes sense now. That's why we have so much trouble with our ordering page. It's just for the physicality rather than all the other multi-dimensions that are involved. In a way, that's true. It's probably the modern marketing will be specifically, is this for your essence being or your physicality, ma'am? You know, it's you take this particular nano GANs combination for ailments of the physicality, and this other one for ailments of the emotional, you know, essence being or whatever. And
Yeah.
how do we know what the difference is, and so on and so forth. So we have to become more sensitive to ourselves in order to recognize those states and changes and abilities and whatnot.
And by having it listed that way, it would kind of bring awareness to that, you know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. There was a cute picture someone posted I'd like to find again that had that. It had like 6 beings at a table, and each one was accessing their food and nutrition energy in each of those different ways. And the one on the left, you know, had a steak on his plate, and then the one in the middle had, you know, a cup, and he was doing the Reiki thing over the cup. And then there were several between that. One was absorbing it from the sun, one was
Exactly.
and the one that's way on the right, he just sitting there.
So in terms of marketing the Magrav's power unit, we could send out the same unit, but some people would order it to get a dollar savings on their power bill. Others might order it to get a special field that made them feel good in their home. Others might order it for the healing abilities and to help their friends and so on. We could give all these different options for ordering, but it's the same unit. But people have different expectations, and that's what they order is according to their expectations, and that's really the way things should be and should be marketed in a way. If you expect something to happen, you order it that way, and you get what you expect. That's the modern world is that way. We get what we wish and what we expect in a way. So it's interesting to look at it that way. It's not.
Yes.
We're not marketing soap anymore. In a sense, it's a whole different ball game now. Even marketing soap had to do a lot with emotions, way more to do with emotions than the actual product of the soap back in the old days.
Right. And how beautiful is it that we're a place in this planet's evolution that we're kind of ready to look at that, and so many people are
Exactly. That's right.
Amazing.
Yes, it's that is the amazing part, actually.
Okay. Do we have time for me to look at copper foil, or do you want to go on to somebody else?
I think we can go with copper foil. Sure, let's go. What do you got there?
So, well, I happen to have a roll of copper foil, and I was looking at the applications of using that for some of these different types of things that we're doing. It's very easy to handle. You can cut it and snip it and shape it. Right there, I have a piece of paper that's the size of the dollar store double wall cup that I got.
Yes, I just did this. Funny you bring this up. I just did this same procedure a few days ago, and with some copper foil I got the thing out of the dollar store cup. Just found the screw-in type dollar store cups, which are really convenient with the piece of paper inside you can remove. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm playing with that. They don't fire coat very well, but they do the steam caustic method. They do that really darn good. I have some other pictures, but I'd have to bring up my email to do that. But basically, I just put them in the hot caustic 2 different days, and then now I'm doing the steam caustic for several days, and they're pretty darn black. So my plan is to put them in the wall of the health cup, kind of like Douglas was doing, with either with CO2 GANs floating around in it, or just some of those packets that I had, you know, and make CO2 GAN packets and put them in there with it so that the GANs and water aren't breaking down the nano, you know, so they're in there together, but they're separate.
Right.
So my question is the foil as good, useful, sufficient for that kind of a need? I know he's using the thicker, you know, almost like a copper plate copper, and this is, you know, going to be 1/10 of that.
I think it'll work fine as long as it's nano coated completely over its surface, and that's one thing that Douglas was quite clear on, that he actually takes his he uses more like a plate, but it's still he's able to cut it with scissors and so on, and he goes around and he taps on the edges with a hammer and anvil kind of thing to just make sure all the edges are they're not sharp. And then he uses a bit of sandpaper even to smooth the edges, so that there's no materiality copper sticking out, so that it completely coats evenly and nicely over the whole copper plate. And that way, if you don't have the nano copper and copper in the same area, then it won't create some of the copper oxide GANs that you might not want in your health cup thing. So that's one thing we talked about earlier in the teaching today. So.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna give it a go anyhow.
Yep, I think it'll work fine. Yep, I think you might want to try to keep it as smooth as possible. That's one thing that some people have talked about. So you could smooth out the copper before, or maybe even after nano coating it, so it's just so it's more of an even field inside the cup.
Okay, yeah, I can see that being a difference between the heavier one and the foil.
Yep, somewhat. Yep.
Beautiful. I better get to work. I'm
All
already
right.
quite late, but I wanted
Great.
to in the moment here, and
Thank
you so much.
Thank you for sharing. Excellent. Appreciate it.
If anybody wants to do any health stuff in the good old USA, let's kind of get together. You know,
How can people connect with you?
I'm in Northwest Washington, and I'm all over the Facebook GANS Golden Age of GANS page. But I'd love to work with a medical team to do some research and all this stuff, research and development. There's
That's something as
possibilities.
I'm now the co-founder of the Kesh Foundation Canada, and that's one of the things I would like to bring in is more clinical research and working with some of the data to collect data on how people are affected and what kind of products that we can do tests on and that kind of thing.
What part of Canada? I'm just south of Seattle.
I'm on the west coast on Vancouver Island, so we can almost throw a rock at each other.
Yeah, that's just up the block. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question for you. Hello, Bernardo from Mexico.
Yes.
What are you doing with the radiation? I know Seattle is one of the most affected areas due to the currents coming from Japan. Can you explain how the fish are doing, what the authorities are revealing, and what's being done about all the Fukushima situation, especially in that area where it hits first?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the subject of radiation because I have a question about that as well. I'm not as aware of what everybody, the government is doing up here, other than they just started the earthquake drills, or they're going to start them this summer, I think. They are announcing it and getting it all together for the earth changes and that stuff.
This summer, it could be tomorrow. Hello.
I know, the government's a little bit slow, but these CGANS patches, okay, that was my question because I heard Kesha talking about not using the ocean water recently, and I'm like, well, if the CO2 GANs is changing the GMO seeds back to their original blueprint, doesn't it have that effect on water? Why would the radiation continue to be a concern in this CO2 GANs that we're creating when that's kind of what those fields do. They're kind of like the flower of life grid where they bring in, okay, what's the original blueprint and what needs to be released in order to restore this to its original quality. So why would we need to...
What's the original quality, though? You mean the original elements? Like
Mother Nature, the ocean without radiation.
Well,
without pollution.
But radiation's been part of the Earth for forever, in a sense.
Mm.
And there is radiation in every breath we take and every drink we take.
But when you're consuming water created with the CO2 GANs, it's only going to, my understanding is what he's saying, it's only going to provide my body with what it needs and release from my body what it does not really need. So why would it overdose me with something that's, of that category that may not be appropriate for my body?
Are you talking about the seawater GANs right now?
Right now I am, yes.
Okay. I actually had the same wondering myself, and I actually program I don't use the GANs, I use the water from the GANs, and I program it to give the person what they need and remove what they need. So it's part of my intention.
And that's what that field is capable of, from my understanding of the discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, like we could do that with a glass of tap water. We could put our hands on it and program it to say, help me to release and receive, and it would do that. We don't need the GANS process, but just in discussion of this, the way he's describing not using seawater because of the radiation in the water, my curiosity goes to why would that be an issue?
Because I think part of it is that we're not dealing with the physicality anymore. We're not dealing with the physicality of the radiation. We're not dealing with the physicality of all the strange bugs and life forms that are in every single drop of water, for example. And the, literally tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of different types of bacteria and viruses in virtually every drop of water. What happens, we're not talking about the physicality of those things, but what happens to them when they become into a plasmatic state where they're have the potential to have more potency, more power. Libby was talking about the seawater GANs before, how powerful it was. Well, you stick your hand in the ocean, you're not worried about any power of the ocean. It'll heal you, if anything. If you have a cut in your hand, you go in the ocean, swim, it'll probably heal it in the afternoon. But the GANs of it is a whole different critter. We were talking about increasing the potency maybe hundreds of thousands of times. So in that case, a small bacteria or virus becomes that much more potent. The other materials, the elements and so on, the radioactive things would become more potent in their GANs form as opposed to their physical form, their element form, let's say. So I think that's part of the issue involved. It's when things go into a plasmatic state, like for example, if you were to have a MagRav unit that's got certain coatings on it, that becomes part of your plasma, part of what you're dealing with in an amplified version, basically, in your environment. So if you go to space, do you want to really carry all forms of all viruses and all bacteria with you and have that activated in their higher forms, which could be much more potent when going off into space? Not sure about that. There is the theory that it's good for kids to eat mud when they grow up and play in the mud, because you expose yourself to a wider variety of germs and bacteria, which builds up your resistance and so on and so forth. And maybe that's part of what we need to do too, is be exposed to higher potencies of certain germs and bacteria and things like that in order to build ourselves up to be able to handle some of the stronger fields. I'm not clear on how that all goes.
I personally, I'm not sure. Sorry, my feeling, because I buy the ocean water so that it's clean of chemicals and stuff like that. In terms of the bacteria and viruses, I feel that the caustic solution creates such the exothermic reaction is such a high temperature that it would kill off if there were any bacteria and viruses.
Then you have bacteria and virus bodies, which is exactly what happens to the water in most of the cities that are treated with chlorine. It kills the bacteria, it leaves all the bodies. And then you have all these bodies that are types of shreds of proteins and other amino acids that you have to deal with inside our own bodies to get rid of them.
They're inactive at that point, and and really the essence of the ocean. When people go soak in the ocean, they're soaking in bacteria and viruses. The key is to get the body at the optimum functioning order so that it doesn't matter, because we all have thousands of bacteria and viruses within us anyway. So
yes, but we don't have the plasma of those viruses necessarily in our environment all the time.
My feeling is that they are not active, and the intention of the patches are programmed to give the person what they need. So I think it's very important that we don't be afraid of the ocean water GANs. It is very potent, and I think we need to do more studies, if anything, before we really we come to any conclusions about the bacteria, and because what you can do is build fear around bacteria and viruses, which, to be honest, I do not feel that that's actually a factor involved.
Okay, well, we could listen to Mr. Kesh, who says the most risk we take by going to space is not all the fields, it's not the aliens coming to get us, it's the viruses and bacteria, which will be the hardest things to deal with in space.
Well, it's just like the body, in your space, if you are at a certain functioning order, there is no concern. It's about going to the state where there is no concern about bacteria and viruses.
And that's what I've heard him, like the tangent that I hear when he discusses that in space, because I was like, what? Why would that be the case? And what I'm hearing him say, he always has the contention that if that virus, or whatever you want to call that space virus, gets into your body, it elicits a fear reaction, and your system goes into that situation where it cuts off your ability to be in balance, to be in a state of health, because that frequency came in. Yes, you'll be affected by it, but like you're saying, is that Melina?
Yes, Melina.
Yeah, so if you know, just like anything here on this planet, if I'm not in a fear state about it, I'm not polarized to it, I'm not attracting to me that experience so that I can balance my reaction to it, then seemingly, you know, a being, and beings have been this way, Christed beings and such, you know, where no matter what comes into their field, there's a state of being where that can't affect you, because you're at an awareness level that you don't require that experience any longer, because you've processed it, and B, your energetic stream it'll just pass on by. Either it won't see you, it won't notice you, it won't affect your physical body.
Exactly.
But I think some of this can go that direction. I mean, I'm not anywhere near schooled in the whole plasma science. That's so new to this planet that
that's really right. Some of us will go in that direction, some of us will be fine. The other people in the spaceship will die. That is the problem, because we're not all on the same level.
Well, that's what we need to. The spaceship is really about being all on the same level. So
right, that's true. That's true.
There's
it's almost
a coherent field between the participants. If there's not a coherent field between the beings that are traveling together, they're not going to take off anyways.
Right. Yeah. Depending again on which kind of spaceship that we start talking about, because if it's a non-physicality spaceship, then already you're qualifying the participants in a way that they are able to handle it without having the physicality. Others will need the physicality spaceship itself and its whole host of other problems that are associated with the physicality.
Yeah, well, I certainly don't pretend to even come close to understanding it all. It's very expanding just to even tap your mind and heart and spirit into these concepts. So
yes.
we will all learn more together.
Certainly none of us have all the information. Go ahead.
I just wanted to acknowledge you, sorry, 1 second, that I do agree with you, and I encourage you to do more studies about the ocean water GANs, which is what I'm doing as well. So just remember that whenever fears come up in our discussions, they are fears, and we do not need to take them on. We need to see exactly how we can use it. So I'm working with the seawater GANs to program it so that it gives the individual what they need and removes what they don't need. And it's been working.
Yeah, I just would like to add something. This is Renan.
Thanks, Renan. We need the voice of professional GANs person here.
No, I just want to share about the sea GANs, and so it's very vital because sea gans in the middle of the ocean or deeper, we can use that in certain level. The basic analysis on the sea gans that we can use is like it's there's a bigger source of energy because it has a multiple elements that you can create into GANs. So it will be, as Mr. Kesh was telling us, if GANs are combined with each other, you multiply its atomic structure or you add its atomic structure. So you will be creating a new element in combination to all the elements that you have been that is into that water, that's the sea GANs. Then from that additional, if there are parts of it that are in radioactive and everything, it gives us a higher form of plasma energy. So when dealing with higher form of plasma energy, it's like having in a physical body, it's like dealing with a tumor that has been overgrown in your body. Then you need to remove that energy to reduce it so that your body will be capable to heal itself. So with the ganses of seawater that is all pure with different elements, we can manipulate it in some way. But the tendency is how can we reduce its energy power or energy to a lower level. So if it is so high, the energy, if you are example as a plasma, as a being, you're a plasma being, you have a low energy field, it will drive goes into you because you became a demand. So you are filled with that energy. So in the other way, if that's the energy, you have already a high energy and the GANs has a higher energy, you don't need it, but still it is still higher than your energy. There's a possibility you're gonna gather more energy from it and will store it somewhere in your body for a tumor or something because it's a higher field of energy that cannot directly balance your state because of all the contained elements. That's why when we're dealing with GANs, we usually do it in calculation with specific combinations so we can balance those types of areas that we can handle. And the SIGANs, knowing that water will record all information in the in what it touches, what ganses it touches, so it has all the sorts of information in the water in the sea. So maybe we can do the testing and study it more to get it, but we can really get a higher plasma in seawater. And it's both medium of making GANs because we use distilled water and sea salt together, so it becomes a medium of transfer of creating GANs. And it has also particles or parts, small particles that we can create tiny bits of ganses of that certain element. So it's really a mixture. So it's best for us to continue the study as Milena is doing to see what are the effects of different areas of different parts of the cans. But in the cup, we suggest we use the CO2 and zinc and the fruits because as we know, fruit ganses, vegetable ganses, we have already have the same level or it's already accustomed to our energy level that we are eating right now. We're just converting it to a direct form of energy so that we can absorb it. So I think that's the one precaution that Mr. Kesh is dealing with because higher energy going to a body that has a balanced body, you're just filling it up. It's like putting something in and it will create another form of mass in your body to create a demand for that energy. So that's the one thing that we need to be careful of. Thank you.
Brendan, I have a question regarding the GANs and irradiated water. For example, if there's radiation leaking into the sea, so what would the method be to combat or rather mitigate or even remove that sort of radiation? Would it be the same methodology that was used in Fukushima?
I think it will be the same, but it will be a mass way because in Fukushima they're putting the water into different containers or different tanks. So once they sip all the contaminated water as much as they can, they put it in big tanks in the mountain and they filter the water using nanoparticles. But once it's already spread in the ocean, I think it will
Hello,
combine.
Renan. May I interrupt? I'm sorry for interrupting. This is Bernardo from Mexico. I'm very sad to say that all those metallic tanks that you're speaking about are leaking already because they were made with such rapid urgency that they're already failing, and the contamination is going over and over. So, from my understanding, there has to be a full-time team reverting all the water that's coming out, like a super plasmatic converter to neutralize the radiation, and that's where you are the expert. So
I think Mr. Kesh has discussed this on the level of the Fukushima, but in my understanding, right now when it reaches to a level of total spread in the ocean, I think we need a bigger help from the celestial bodies surrounding us. Normally, if we have, let's just compare it to a body. If a body has cancer, they use radiation treatment. So either they use chemotherapy, inject something in your body, and or put a radiation in you just to kill those cells. So in this situation, we have our Mother Earth, an entity was already receiving excess radiation on the sea, on the crust level or in the sea level. So I think the Earth can do a balance on that matter in some way possible, the same as our body, but it needs some external factors, maybe from an entity outside, the sun, or maybe there will be a natural process. The Earth will balance it. For that huge disaster that have done, I think it's
but that's going to take 1 billion years.
Rush. Yeah. I think we can make it quicker in a sense if we can contain, but I think it's so hard to contain the water. It has already spread so much, and one thing that we can do with it is maybe do it our filtration during once we get water out once we get seawater, we do the filtration in that way. We cannot suck all the seawater that has been contaminated and filter it again and put it back. So I think it's unrealistic to suck the whole ocean.
Exactly.
So
Great to connect with you, Renan. It's very nice. Thank you. Have an excellent week. Everybody from Mexico, hello. And Rick, thank you for everything. Caroline, thank you. Goodbye.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Great, thank you.
All, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Renan. That really was helpful. I think we have to keep working with this seawater GANs idea and keep bringing out. I mean, it's got some great attributes for it. I'm not trying to put it down by any means, and I'm glad you clarified some of the proper use of it and so on there, because it's high potency stuff we have to handle with care.
Yeah, the seawater guns, we use it also as a load. So because of its higher form of energy that can pull in, so it's like the Mr. Kesh told us to use sulfur guns to pull in with the body tumors. So it becomes a greater demand when you position it into the load side. So it also pulls off the energy of the tumor and everything. So it becomes a load. Basically, even in electrical circuits, they use a test load, putting a seawater barrel and putting a shorting system there to test what's the amperage. So seawater guns becomes a load absorber or a resistor or something that you use to measure something. So then from that, we know that the sea guns is really powerful. Once the seawater, once you guns it, it will be very powerful. And we'll do the study and we'll see how many applications will we use in the future. Thank you.
Renan, sorry, related question as well. Because the seawater GANs is very powerful, it also got me thinking, is it appropriate to use seawater for the MAGREV's health unit, where you're basically taking the fields and then putting them out onto the other side into salt water? Can you use seawater instead of salt water?
Yes, we can use the seawater instead of the salt water just to pull out if you have available. You'll not be using it to supply. It's you're using it to pull out the tumor or the excess fields as a load. So it's gonna suck the energy out. So it will be in
Yeah.
the load.
Yeah, that was what I was figuring, because given that it already has that natural propensity to be that powerful, it would be more effective to do the pulling out, the sucking out of the tumor also.
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Renan.
You're welcome.
We could also use it for the plant as well. Maybe she can use it. What was the name of the lady here? I didn't catch her name. That they make those water patch.
Heather Bryant, or Heather, you mean?
Is she still there?
The one that's just speaking. I think she had to leave. Yeah.
Left, eh?
Yeah, she had to go to work or something. Yep.
Okay, so it was Heather, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess yeah, she could probably use those patches. I wonder what those would do with the plant. You know, I think it would be more useful for the plant. What do you think?
That which is more useful for the plant?
I think it would be used because, like Gina was saying, it's diluted the seawater and feed the plant, and the plant thrive like crazy. So I imagine that if we use those little patch, put in your garden or put in your plant, it might just help. It can be worse. It can get worse.
Yeah, absolutely. The Mexican group experimented with different ways to put GANs in around the plants using tubes and packets and that sort of thing. Okay, what else have we got lined up here? Any other questions or comments? I think maybe I'd like to wrap it up for now. It's been a long international teaching here. So maybe we can put any other questions, we can defer them through to the Knowledge Seekers workshop coming up on Thursday. Alright, I don't hear any complaints about that yet, so let's wrap it up for the 7th International Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Tuesday, March 1st, 2016. And as usual, thank you everybody for attending. There's lots of good participation today from all kinds of angles. Good to hear from the women of the world who seem to be the GANs queens these days. And it's all great, and really enjoying the show here. So thank you everybody, and I'll see you at the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, if not before then.
Bye, Rick.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Rick. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Rick.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
By arrest of this man, the biggest nest of international pedophiles has been opened up. Now we have a lot of names. We have a lot of names, and on the back of those, they've been sitting on their servers and picking up the others. It took time, on close collaboration with security people, with FBI, with CIA. We were assured we are doing the right thing. We can stand the losses. But let me explain to you something. In respect to what we see, in the papers in the US. It's the third time we see the White House sits with the Keshe Foundation. When we lost the teachings, the United States President was online. He lost the knowledge to his nation too. And they knew they stand by us till the time comes right. And when they knew, they confiscated the computers, exactly who to talk to, and we've seen what the people have done. So I thank you, Your Excellency President Obama, for being there for your nation, for the humanity. There is a lot of respect for you in Keshe Foundation, what you've done and what you have brought about, especially in past 2 or 3 weeks, eliminating one of the biggest supports for pedophiles. You have done the other side of the water. This side of the water, security service are already on the move. We will see head of organizations will go on the rest because they've been the beneficiary of children from Red Circle and his people. When he was the webmasters of different organizations, any children came in, the addresses, their IPs was sold or was given to the abusers. And now we don't make accusation, you have seen him. The first time, as I said, we attacked the man in US, immediately he went to support, releasing articles, communicating, trying to save his pal, children sharing pal. I hope and I wish your grandchildren are clean. You haven't touched them. You're that disgrace to humanity. I hope you understand. You send a man to poison a child. Now we see the man who was poisoning was sent by the same man. Another pedophile, another man. All with needing this need to satisfy their evil feelings. I suggest you one thing, Red Circle. Every knock on your door will be your last seconds of freedom. They are coming in, and they're coming very heavy. And all your German partners who are supporting you, sending emails to the hotels and the governments and the police, they're all coming to us. We are looking at all of them. We are following you. So I thank you again, the Keshe Foundation team. On Thursdays, which we have a much larger audience, we address this again because we expect new information to come in within the next 2 or 3 days. And we carry on teaching. We carry on elevating the knowledge of the man and let these people wait for every knock that will be the last minute of their freedom. Actually, it'll be best. It'll be freedom of man from these evils. Let us go back in our teaching. We are on the course for what we call lift and space motion. We are on the course to teach, to go in that direction, that we have the application and implication of the new technology. We have and we must push for the final lift, the final frontier. Once the first person puts the system on lift, that it can be shown, as so many people have done, but they don't show it, we have broken through. There are some problems. A lot of you are doing it, but you don't see it. There is a small adjustment. You all are working in one direction, but you're making very little mistakes. And magnetic and gravitational fields are not for givers. They find somewhere else to connect. And you lose for a small change all the effort you've done, or at least being able to harvest totality of the energy you produced. Understand something very simple. Try to work the way the universe works. Now that you are setting up systems for a space, look into the deep space. Look in the structure of even atomic molecular, what they call binding and sharing. How do they do? How do they bring interaction? How do they bring attraction? How do they manipulate each other to allow the other to exist? This is what is missing. The teaching has become too rigid, very, very followed in a very narrow path of understanding. Open your eyes. Open your eyes and look in a broader spectrum. Try to understand why, for example, there is such a moon on such a planet. Why do we, for example, see one face of the moon constantly, even though we've been told because they have the same speed? Ask yourself a question. How come this constant speed has been created? Ask yourself, if we go to another planet with the moons, would all the moons will be the same? You only see one side of it? Or is the side of the moon which we see has a what I call stick connected to the earth with it, what we call gravitational magnetic field of it, that is locking it even though it's rotating? Don't accept the fallacies of the knowledge which has been added up by those who never understood, but they made it up because it sounded good and they followed. Try to understand how to create motion within the structure of your plasmas. This is one thing which is at the moment missing. This is the biggest thing which is holding all of you to take into space. Renan, are you in the background? Hello? Are we there, Renan? Hi, Rick. If you see him popping his head out, give me a shout. I need to ask him to show you something. No, Renan has a video on his on his computer. Renan, can you call Renan if it's reachable?
Yes, I informed Renan already, Mr. Cash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ernie. So what it is, look at this video. We try to get it up today, or if Renan is not there today, on Thursday. One of you has managed to do it, has managed to show it. This is what is missing in the whole structure of all of your systems. Creating and maintaining plasmatic motion. And then controlling the plasmatic motion. You have made ganses which are free in the boxes, and you've seen rotating ganses in circle. Rotating, you see the rotation. You see them next to each other too, rotating. You see them side pictures, very first pictures we saw, people took a slow motion pictures. The flow of the plasma. This is what you're missing. This is the key to your lift and your motion, to control of the plasma for food, to control of the plasma for energy. We've seen some of you, all of you, a large number of you, for any year, 2 years, are posting these pictures. I can see the ganses floating. Understand why, how, and try to replicate it. Then you understand you can speed change it, and then you will lift. Because you create interaction of different gravitational magnetic fields. Those of you who understand this and you can manipulate it, you will fly in no time. This is the only part that is left in the total teaching, to make you to be able to lift, to be able to create different rotation, different speed of rotation, different strength, and once you do that, As they are in the GANS state, they lead to interaction of these fields, magnetic fields and gravitational fields, which you have created and you control with their environment, the Earth gravitational magnetical field. And then you will understand, voila, you will lift. Some of you have managed, we know a person within the Keshe Foundation who has shown us or explained to us that how he was lifted off his bed. We bring him out. You know, we don't keep my secret, but we wait till it's done and people can experience it, they understand why. The reality is you do live a normal life within the confine of your spaceship. The only problem he hasn't realized, he was within the spaceship. And the gravitational magnetic field strength of the environment he created next to his bed allowed him in a position of wanting to fly to be able to lift, or what we call magnetic gravitationally position himself in respect to his bed. He knows, and the Keshe Foundation supporters will know who we are talking about, because it's going on till we don't develop it fully, it will not come out. But understand why. The system carries his body composition, GANS composition. He partially been involved in building the system, so he has a connection to it. The emotional feeling, which is a dynamic gravitational field in the brain of the man, in different layers of it, leads to condition of creation of magrav positioning in respect to your system, not in respect to the Earth. Because now you have joined the matter state of the GANs of the upper layer, what we call the atmosphere of the system. Soon a large number of you will experience this. In the teachings of last week and the week before, I kept on touching on a very, very direct line, and a lot of you cannot understand it. Go back to the original teachings. I always explained that man sometimes in the past knew how to position himself without any donkeys or cars or aircrafts. Double magnetic field interaction is built within the brain of the man. I have told you so many times in all the teachings, go back and find them, that one day I show you how you can use your brain to do whatever you like. You can change your body to stand high temperatures. You can change your skin to stand high temperatures. And you can do whatever you like. So you don't need to wear a suit, because your brain is connected to your skin. At the same time, when you can do this, you can position yourself in respect to the environment which you exist. Go back on the teachings of a year ago, 2 years ago. You see all the parts are coming together. Go back on the teachings of past few weeks. You will see more has come together, but you haven't managed to connect them together. Now we bring it together that you can connect them. What does this mean? Go back into the structure of the brain of the man. We do not have anything to do with the physicality. Arms and legs, 10 fingers, 2 fingers, in fact, is irrelevant. What is important? Go back in the teaching we did last week. If you go and look at, let's say, the shape of the brain of the man, and we put this part of it aside, the brain of the man has 2 halves. This is your skull. We got nothing to do with it, but it's there. If you remember, Rick showed us a cross section of the brain. which we see such a structure where the main brain on one half, either half is set, which is somewhere here. Go back and remember what I explained to you, that if this is your brain, given the strength magnetic field is your emotion of pain. Given magnetic gravitational pain is emotion of love. A given gravitational magnetic field is the motion of happiness. Given gravitational magnetic field is sadness. All of these, whatever you know, name on them, they have a specific gravitational magnetic field. And when the man learns how to use which one against which one, and which part in respect to the other part, you have created the double magnetic field needed for the creation of the lift and motion. And because it's come from the skin of the man, which is his internal brain, we call it, will cover the whole body of the man. So what you're going to see is very simple. Your emotion is covered by your brain. Covers the whole of the operation of your body. You don't need to look for what I call reactors and whatever. The reactor is inside you. It's just for you to understand how to use it and how to apply it. Just 1 second, please. I have to do something here. It's very important for us. Can you go downstairs and see him? Sorry about that. There's things happening in the background that we have to do. In so many things, if you understand this, how you can use the strength of the emotion in a very center of your brain in respect to even each side of the brain, then you can fly. You can sink. You don't need to wear a mask, a spacesuit, or whatever else you call it. It is important that you understand, we have seen since the Thursday, and we'll go over this next Thursday, is in respect to the arrest of the pedophile which we brought into the public. I was told, why should we do this? And we were accused of a lot of things. Why? We took on one of the biggest criminals in the history of man in respect to child abuse. We took our time. We lost a lot of teachings. A lot of people in Keshe Foundation stood a lot of pain. But I think whatever we stood and whatever we lost was worth it in being able to bring one of the most heinous men on this planet into custody. Derek, what you call it, Rick, has spent a lot of time literally suffering with what happened, losing the teachings once, twice, and every time the gentleman claimed that he's going to protect himself. The more he tried to cover it up, not to become too exposed, with more resolute the Keshe Foundation team became to prove that we are correct. Sandor spent most of his holiday summertime gathering information. We, as we said, collaborated closely with the FBI, and we said the same thing. We will stand the time, and we stood the time. I should like, and I should thank the whole of the Keshe Foundation team and the whole of the Keshe Foundation family in standing as a correct conduct organization. Life of the children worth more than any number of teachings which we lost that we can always put back on. We have saved life of children which none of us could have done anything with, where these people operate using our knowledge, our technology to put on their false websites. The man who has got no clue about electricity becomes a man who writes about electricity and power just to attract children to his website to pay his paymasters. We do not disgrace the Keshe Foundation with a name, but we all know who he is. And now we will see the website will come down very soon as the steps have been taken. We informed you before this was a well-organized attack on the foundation. And we've seen the minute we attacked him that he's a child abuser. The people in Red Circle himself directly went and put articles, because I have to tell you, as a head of the Keshe Foundation, the pedophile gentleman who was arrested and now is in custody, and we think he'll spend between 30 to 50 years in prison for it, was brought in by the Red Circle. He was the man who introduced the criminal in US into the Keshe Foundation when he was the webmaster. So we do not know if this gentleman, what we call Red Circle, and the gentleman who is in prison now in custody, and himself declaring that he has abused over 50 children only in one city, and the police forces around US are coming up with the rest of other counties, what is done, traveling to make interviews for alternative energy, raping children. He has paid a visit to Belgium too. And in that visit, he's paid a visit to Red Circle. So the operation is very deep. The question at the moment with security people and us, the way we told you, we have taken a step, is the man who protected this man is already dead. We do not make any allegations. This is what is in the press. The man who was protecting this group in US apparently killed himself, or he got killed a couple of weeks ago. High profile person, because he could protect them. Now the security services are moving back into Europe, and one of the first people they are investigating and will go on this is the family of the Red Circle, if the children in that house have been abused. And most probably the answer will come one way or another, but it's not in our hand. We sit quiet. When the arrest comes, then we talk. Number of people in structure of Belgium society, which are well known, are, and they've been on the side of this child abuse system. They've been financing it and they've been supporting it. And in a way, if you look, when we announced that this gentleman was a pedophile, immediately the Red Circle went to give all the support to him. A man with the decency will never do this. But the thing is, as he has claimed, he has pissed everywhere in front of children, so he has already, the case is open for his arrest. The security services has asked us, as we said before, to stand by when the arrests start popping up in Europe. As we see it is imminent. Now that one of the leading people in this circle has been arrested, as he's claimed, he had 25,000, 50% of his visitors a month were pedophiles. He exactly knew who likes what, and he used to connect apparently the children to the interest of the men, like Red Circle. That's how they look after each other. So now we were told, why do we go after them? We are obsessed with the pedophiles? No. As Keshe Foundation, we see the abusers is our responsibility. These are our children. These are the future of humanity. And these people are so arrogant that they do not see what they do wrong. So soon in time coming, we will see the rest of this organization and the people who vote this gentleman in a state into Keshe Foundation will be arrested. I assure you, the way we told you, we took our time. It took nearly 10 months for the process to go through. Now the security forces at Interpol, and especially a structure which is set in Europe for the rest of these people, has kicked in. We see names being posted on different articles in the United States. These names are all directly under investigation of the international police now. They have bypassed the Belgian authorities police force because it's so infested that they thought they had protection. A large number of names has been ascertained from this computer of this gentleman, which actually the information, as we see in American articles, led to one of the top men in the country to commit suicide, to be killed in the past 2 weeks, which has nothing to do with us. But in a way, if we manage to save one child from a pain of being raped, we have served our purpose. It was worth everything which the foundation and you as the supporters of foundation stood. I thank you for it. I deeply thank Rick, Vince, and the rest of the Keshe Foundation team. Well, painfully, we had to fight to bring the teachings back online again and brought down them back online again. Now we know who supported who and who brought who in. Now we know the real face of pedophiles in Europe. As I've told you, we collaborated with FBI to lead to the arrest heavily. And the last point, if you wanted to know, I gave an interview on the 18th on the internet. And I said, we know who his victims are. And then he knew there is no way out. 3 days later, he handed over himself to the FBI. Because that was it. If FBI would have gone for him, then they had to prove it. We needed him to come forward, and then now he lost his support with the judge who was supporting him. He had nowhere to go. And now we know he's in custody and he's been taken to a secure place because he's talking. He's talking heavily. How and all the communications, any of you have been a pedophile, you are a pedophile, and you've been on his website, you've all been downloaded fully. We told you and you thought it was a joke. Now a series of arrests will take place in Europe. We just let you know that for the first time, Europe is becoming safer. Discrediting technologies, putting technologies up to bring children in, and then discrediting when they had enough children has been the pattern of these people. There is nothing wrong with Keshe Foundation technology. There is nothing wrong with UDIT. There is nothing wrong with our power units. There is nothing wrong with our health system. This was deliberate setup by the Red Circle. I don't call him Red Circle. I call him the child player. I've been told by the security people, his grandchildren are the first people they're going to test. I wonder if his daughters know and his son knows. And then we have submitted a claim because it's already embedded in teaching, and he has confessed to pissing around a 2.5-year-old child in a garden on a numerous time. So he's already on the sentence. So please do not be afraid if we lost a few pieces of teaching. We'll bring it back. But understand, we have saved a lot of children from suffering. It's no use coming here and just teaching the technology. We teach the ethos. All the people who brought this man to the Keshe Foundation, they're all on the run. They'll all be arrested. The names have been published. Because people will go for them if the authorities don't do. We published their addresses. His address is already published on the internet. He published it himself. So you know where the pedophiles live. If you're a decent Belgian, they should be handed over to the police. The others, we will see how the Interpol would handle. We see one of the prominent people in the space technology's name and his connection on the computer appears. He is on the list. He will be taken out very soon by the authorities. So you can see what the pattern is. They use advanced technology like us to attach themselves to. They set up false websites like what I call Peter Files wickedness with a name they put to it. And then they attack us to bring more people for themselves. In discrediting us or trying to discredit us, they find more children and they bring more guys to play with the children. But the interesting is, couple of women have circled in this circle too. They are on investigation too. We've seen one of them turning up recently and going back in Italy. They're all under investigation because now we have proven to be correct and the authorities are listening, because we do not accuse, we point out the real truth. So very soon we will see the grandchildren in front of the hospitals and doctors, and we see people of the high position and the kings and their sons will appear in front of the judges. So I would like to thank you again for how you stood by us, how you supported us, and now you understand how all these, releasing all our books on the internet deliberately to discredit all the thing which went in, was a mayhem to create, to shut us down, that they could not do any more. They knew they're on the run. This is what they're going to do with the new technologies. Now we have to be wise. Whenever we see these, what I call evil man, like Red Circle, who attacks scientific organization like us, that there is something wrong with it, these are there to create condition to discredit and create, at the same time, give interview and sign things to the pedophile website to bring children in, that on the attack they get their satisfied their evil behavior. There's nothing wrong with us. They told us, why is he after pedophiles? So he accuses everyone. Now you've seen there is no accusation. One of the top men in the world has committed suicide or been killed because his name was released through the computer of the pedophile. And the man who we accused now, he admitted himself. It runs to 20 years of abusing children across the world. And he has a deep connection. And one of his best connections we have seen has been the Red Circle. Because the day we brought, we accused, we said, he is what he is, he immediately, Red Circle, gave interviews and putting up his drawing and became glorious, because two good friends who one brought the other, now they were supporting to create the accusation further. We have gone under heavy protection from now on. We'll change a lot of things. We'll announce a lot of changes around the Keshe Foundation, because Red Skull and his group are very highly criminal. And I advise you, stay offline. We will bring all the websites down now. We've been authorized by the security services to bring all the websites down. So now we go and clean up. This week we appointed one of our best guys to clean up all the websites. You say, why? People told us, why don't you take it down? Why don't you defend yourself? No, because we made a decision. It was a decision made with the Keshe Foundation, deep inside. I sat, I talked to our people, which I respect highly, like Rick and Vince, and we decided what we're going to do. We just take it through. And we took it through, and it's paid off. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the same ethos. We will support, we will bring you here the next day or two, we bring even changes in our presentation and security apparatus, because these people now are on the run. Don't forget, London Tower, Antwerp is the nest of them. We've seen it. Man with the decency knowing never supports another pedophile unless he's one himself, and try to discredit everything else. Thousands of books has been released by a man who had the originals, which was him. And you see, we saw him, he used the name of a woman. That's what all he is. He's not a man to face his reality, he's a pedophile. And in the name of woman, he went and spread all the books across the internet. They told me, why don't you defend? Security services told us, do something. I said, you know something? Books are not worth anything if one child is suffering. It doesn't matter how many of you downloaded illegal books. It's you. If you are a pedophile or behave like a pedophile, that's what you did, because you thought you got it free. These books supported us to teach, to support other nationalities of nations which could not support teaching. And now you see why we took it. We stood all the websites they hijacked to write everything which is wrong with us, because now you see why. because they knew sooner or later we're going to get them. This was a total cry of a pedophile going everywhere, crying and writing. And now, sir, I'm ashamed that you came to my house. I'm ashamed to help you to get your hands back that you could touch another child. You're a disgrace to humanity. You're absolute disgrace to humanity. Now we know who you are, and public knows who you are, and all the people around you. We've seen the people who gathered around him, they're of the same. They're all the same school of thought and the school of working. So all the names you see supporting him, sirs, ladies, who thought you can come and do what you like, you're all under heavy investigation by all the police forces. Crossing borders for you will not be easy. We are piling all the names. Women who come from America, women who come from all over the world, black and white, who supported Red Circle, very fine, because now they called all brothers and sisters, let's do something. You thought you got a honeypot, but that honeypot, which is you, now is potted. We will not do anything. We go back in the deeper teaching. I have received communications from very high level people, thanking us for what we stood as a foundation, thanking us, all of us. We carried out, if you understand what has happened. You are people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nanotechnology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, is very strong.
You're invited to partake in
the power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
You're invited to partake in the creation of humanity's first Universal Community Council on April 21st and 22nd, 2016 in Dubai at the One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. World leaders and prominent business persons have been invited to attend. However, representatives of the Council will be selected irrespective of language, race, creed, or position in life. The Council will have many responsibilities. It will support the people of humanity and their governments. It will help bring balance across the globe and unite humanity for the benefit of all mankind. It will act as a bridge between humanity and the universal community. The first 500 packages sold will cost €500. All thereafter, €750, which includes one seat in the main conference room and 3-night stay in Dubai's prestigious 5-star Alanis Palm Hotel, 2 persons per room. Breakfast on the days of the conference are also included. 2 tea breaks and 1 lunch per day will cost an additional €75 per day. Discount airfares are also available. The One Planet, One Nation, One Race Conference. You're invited. We hope to see you there.
Well, welcome everyone to the 7th International Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And once again, we're here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation, and he's ready to go with today's workshop and teaching. And we have a few things to offer as we go along. So without further ado, let's hear from Mr. Keshe. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes. Good afternoon, good morning, good day to you, wherever you are, whenever you're listening or just spending time to share knowledge with us for these teachings. There is a video missing, Rick. There was a sound but no pictures of the second video. Do you know why?
It was... Sorry, I did share it. I don't know what happened there. It worked in the live stream, but I guess it wasn't seen in the Zoom.
Ah, okay, no problem. But in the Zoom we have nothing. Can you have the picture of the blue planet in the background?
Okay, we'll do it this way.
Can you get it? Or is it still... Something is missing in sharing. It says you have the screen because you're sharing the screen.
I'm not sure what's going on. I'm trying to share the video.
Rick, if you want to just try resharing it, it'd probably be fine.
You have to come up. Yeah, okay. If you want, I share a screen. I'll take over.
Sure. Why don't you do that, Mr. Keshe? I'm not.
Okay.
It's not going through here for some reason.
No, I'll go this way out. Oh, you were there. Your gorgeous face was there. Just wait. I'm gonna go this way. There we are. I think this is where we're gonna go. No. Okay, we are here. We go on the screen. Can you see the platform?
We just see the Zoom right now.
You see the Zoom? Okay,
Yeah, we
let's
see your
try
browser.
this. I have to go to the other one. This one I share here. Do you see this?
Yes,
Slide?
there we go. Thank you.
Okay, you're there. That's perfect. Okay. Sorry about this. As usual, we always have technical problems somewhere, and if you don't have it, it's not Keshe Foundation. We are a human in space, and in space is always a problem. As usual, we will go through what we can. We try to teach, and we try to add to the knowledge that others who added to our knowledge in the past, and we'll see where we can go. Before we start, as I've been told, and I've received a number of emails and communications